I'm here. It's late, but I'm here. Also, you'll be pleasantly surprised to learn that I got something here. No, that's not what I'm referring to. Howard, can you hear me? No, sorry. All right. Well, I want you to know that I programmed 4 buttons. Here's one.
Limbus Company!
I would now like you to guess what the other 3 are. Ah. Yeah, you absolutely forgot.
Beach volleyball?
What the other 2 are may surprise you. But they're special surprises for later. Alright, you guessed one. You guessed one fucking thing. You gonna send me a Don Don noise from later? Alright. For my use. Okay. Well, alright. Where were we? I have fucking Distortion Detective ready too. Yeah, just in case. We're going back to a classic soundtrack. Alright. Oh, shit, wrong thing showing. Huh. Why did that get rid of it? That's weird. The hat has reemerged. Oh, I know what that button does. Okay. There we are. Actually, hold on. Hey, look at that! That works out perfectly. It is done. I'll also move chat. Right over yonder. Is Don Don trying to say welfare is knocked? What the fuck is that? Amazing.
Beach volleyball?
Alright, well, let's get on with it. We got a couple of hours, but I do not wish to waste your time here. Mister! You suddenly went quiet. It was a bit worrying. Are you alright? Looks to me like his mind's just someplace else, huh? Be so mean to him. Oh, right. Fuck, I'm manga brained. Hey, boss, you do recognize that person, yeah? You haven't forgotten who we are? I'm starting to wonder if you remember how we got here in the first place. Don't be so mean to him. Looks to me like his mind's just someplace else, eh? Ooh. You are okay, right? I gotta lean into the microphone for my freaking Verdilius voice. It's nothing to worry about. I was just occupied with a thought for it. Did I... Were you reminded of the orphanage? No. But now I am, you fucking idiot. So, what was your name again, Buckaroo? It's Garnet. You seem too drunk to be talking, so keep out for a sec, will ya? You're gonna scare the lad. Hey, what the frick, big guy? I was talking to him first. Aye, that's a pretty name. Putting that aside, you're green as a sprout. How old are you? I turned 20 not too long ago. So you leapt into this bitch just yesterday? It's been that long, has it? Yep, all grown up now. Look here, I'm a full-fledged fixer, just like you. He's gonna die. You have no idea how much respect I have for you. You always did your best to keep us from harm. So now let me guess, I want to be a big, strong, powerful color just like you, Virgilius, right? Let's not get too hasty. No way I'm expecting that much. You know, they say you should dream big. I have a long way to go before I can reach that level. I don't have any special tastes unlike him. Still, I want to find those who destroyed the orphanage. Make them pay for what they've done. Gotta climb to your league, right? Doesn't seem like the best idea to me. Our boss isn't out for blood about it either. Meanwhile, their boss... It's all in the past now. Some things are better left behind and forgotten. Sir, while on the topic of the orphanage, do you remember Lapis? Lapis. Sure, I do. And you must know she and I were good friends too, right? She promised to meet again, telling me where to go in private. Would you like to join me, sir? To see her in person? Oh wait, sorry. To see her in person? Yeah! All Lapis talked about was you, Virgilius, sir. And she usually never opened up to anyone but me. Is that Karen? Or Karen? I'm sure she'd love a reunion with you. Maybe she'd want to show you that she's back in good spirits and keeping on like me. No thanks. You can go on your own. There's no good reason for me to meet them in person anymore at this point. Oh, he's on that big depression grind set. Sir. The mood here is kind of tanked. How's about we go for one more round? Then order another grilled drumstick for me. I am gonna go with this pear-scented liquor. I'd like a glass of Yazake. Same booze as Nansil. Ask him to put a small fin for mine. And add this and that. Please don't order more than you can eat, Miss Rikako. Why the long face, Buckaroo? Reunion should be happier. Just drink away all your worries for tonight. Okay? Pass over a cool glass of milk, bartender. The city looks very Venetian. Guys, I think Virgilius is over it. I think he's grown past his trauma. District 22 payphone. Oh, I need to screenshot this. Perfect. Excuse me, sir. What's going on? Sorry to bother you so late at night. I went out to meet Lapis and... I don't know how to... You see, I... Calm down and speak slowly. Okay, I'd gone to see Lapis. But something just doesn't feel right about that place. There were suspicious-looking sculptures inside. And the people looked like syndicate members. This is important, I just can't prove it. There was also someone who seemed like an officer of the ring. I remember hearing about it at the Seven Association's orientation seminar. I think that ring was supposed to represent a pretty high position in that finger, too. How many coils did the ring have? About 3, I think. Maestro, the ring is over there. Sir, something's definitely wrong. I can feel it. What should I do? The inconvenience of, having to open each one of these individually. So there's 20 chapters of this, huh? But only 11 of these are webcomics. Only 15 are officially translated? Dang. Something was off about that place. What gave you the impression? It looked like a school more than anything. Perhaps you decided to pursue higher education? That can't be! I definitely heard Lapis got a job at a fruit harvesting company. She never was a fan of studying. And I didn't see a single fruit there, let alone an orchard. Well, I guess there were some crates. The whole bunch was rotten. Anyway, that place is weird. It seemed like there were classrooms, but it didn't feel like a regular school. The people around inside looked like syndicate members. I mean, students don't usually carry weapons to class. Though it might be different at some schools. Where are you right now? I ran away from there. Sorry, sir. No, don't sweat it. Knowing when to stay out of dangerous business is a valuable skill. What should I do, mister? You don't think something bad happened to Lapis, right? I really hope not. I've got to help her. But even if I appeal to this Vi, they won't come right away, will they? Mister, can you help me out just this once? There's nothing I can do to help. But sir, I'm not sure what to do on my own. I beg you. Head back home for now. We'll talk some more tomorrow. Really? Can I count on you to call me then? Nothing promised. I'll be waiting for your call. Thank you, sir. I wasn't much help in the orphanage incident half a year earlier, but this time will be different. I like that the comic illustrates Virgilius's like sarcastic smile portrait as like he's about to fucking fall apart mentally. It's good. His expression is perpetually "it's over." Now you understand why he is the way he is. Because in the first fucking chapter, a bunch of children just fucking died on his watch. Perpetually disappointed dad because he's seen too many people he cared about die. He literally can't bring himself to care enough. Like, if he does, it's over. He's still as impatient as he was 10 years ago. Thanks, library. Thanks, Angela. I really do wonder what it would be like if Virgilius encountered Angela and learned about it the same way fucking Roland did. Reception of the red gaze. Mister! You really showed up! Thank you for coming. No need for greetings. Is this the building? Yeah. I never got far in, though. Figures resembling works of art. It's fishy. Something's up for sure. I'll deal with whatever's inside. You can wait here. Huh? Don't be absurd! I only asked you to help me with this. I can't let you go in there alone. You didn't raise me to be a coward, right, sir? I never really raised you in general. That's not the point. I've done my practice. I want you to have faith in me. Promise not to be dead weight at the very least. Then I'll leave you to deal with your own share of it. Sir! He is so fucking dead. And this is really fucked up looking. There are chambers that look just like classroom. Yeah, it's like they're giving lessons or something. The ring. They only trust what they see. It might be too late. Typical. Seems weird now that we're inside. For school? It's completely missing students. No. This is not an ordinary school. It's an art gallery hosted by the Ring. In that case, there ought to be docents lurking around. Does that mean Lapis is involved with them? Most likely. Mister, she's gonna be fine, right? I hope we'll find her here. They're who I saw yesterday. So what are they up to? Maybe telling him leads to something useful? We can ask the one spying on us for directions. Sorry? We're both busy, so let's get this over with quickly. They weren't normal exhibits? I don't know what your business is, but I ask that you give your cooperation, sir or ma'am. Or madam. Pardon? What was that? Oi, what's going on over there? Did I make a blunder? Less talk is usually better against your enemies. So Virgil fights with just like a small sword. A gladius? Is that what it's called? Get ready. Holy shit, is that the... Okay. Hold on. This thing's kind of stuck. I know a guy who fenced a lot in college. Seemed good at it. Virgilius, sir! I got one! Oh. What's going on there? Is that a distortion? Or is that like some kind of prosthetic? Just look at that. You two are totally hilarious. Would it kill you to kill or what? And you, the exhibits, who told you guys to move? Aren't you afraid of being scolded? I know I'm getting off scot-free. He's a member of the Ring? Have I been got by the fucking... Am I a victim of the fucking androgynous Project Moon character design again? I thought this was a woman. Okay. She is a woman. Okay, cool. You can see it. That's what I was saying! There's still a non-zero chance. No, you guys would have been in serious trouble if it was someone else who spotted you. Dude, you know what Virgilius' face reminds me of right now? All those chapters in Berserk where Guts is having a fucking mental breakdown. Like, where he's on the verge of just completely losing his shit. And he's just like, he's got this, like, 1,000-yard stare. Virgil was pretty guts-core. Have you seen this life? I'm looking at it right now. Not that I mind, though. They weren't my favorites anyway. A docent. You see, deconstruction is where art begins. This is just a bit too plain. Wouldn't you agree? Whoopsie. Don't let Jim Soon know I said this, okay? He liked the musicians of Bremen. Translator's note. Jim Soon's name is made by combining dot with the effeminate suffix. Okay, whatever. An English equivalent would be dotty. Jinsun is also a reference to a work that Dong Baek's name also comes from. Oh. Aren't you the one who started vandalizing the items? Whatever we've done, we didn't kill anyone. Come on. Bringing in those pieces was a lot of work, and you weren't even trying to act sorry. Donbaek is Camellias in Korean. Isn't that one of the lyrics in Fly My Wings? Kill the Camellias inside me. Sag. Brought in? Huh? Did Lapis also... He just fucking... pierced an innocent person, I think. These die little dreams, kill the Camellias and me. Wouldn't it be easier to give in? Why are these hands chasing dreams out of my reach? Is my thirst for normalcy odd? And then... Da 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 da. Ah, fuck. Blech. This is too bitter. Why did anyone ever eat this? You asked for one. I mean, you always keep candy in your mouth, so well... oh wait, I thought it must be tasty. You're so clueless. Darn it, the sweeter things are, the sooner they'll melt. Bitter candy I can preserve and suckle away little by little. Really? When I grow up, I'm gonna try all the flavors in the world. This doesn't end well. Lapis. Please, hold on. I'll have you untied in a jiffy. Now, where did I put my knife? Darn it. Darn it. Don't bother. But this is too cruel. How could such a thing... What's he doing? Aha! Hey, kiddo. Seems you're barely a tenderfoot in this biz. Am I wrong? Just hold still for a sec. I've almost got this. That makes things odd, though. You look like you've just barely got your license signed. So how did a Tyra like you team up with this monster of a man? All done! Now you're... Why? Why did you have to get in my way? I'm sorry? You ruined everything! All I had left! All I needed was tonight's test! Thine eyes have clouded over. No, please, Miss Pablo, Until your pupils relax, there won't be anything inside. Oh, he just cut that part of her fucking face off. Sheesh! He looks so dead inside. There's no light in those fucking pupils. What is she? That's a great question. So this is what the purple tear meant by that. Huh? You won't find Lapis here. Let's head back. Reflect me! Keep me in your gaze! I have seen! Seen I have! Drops of blood were running down your window! When the time arrives, clutch me in your gaze once more! Holy fuck, her face is fucked up. You know, all things considered, this is something I could actually see happening in real life. Whatever weird shit this was. How would you rate this incident on the threat level? A 2? Out of what? Maybe 4? This is a job we send grade 7 pictures for, or some shit. I feel like if they were a reception in Ruina, Urban Plague, at worst. Nah, Urban Legend, probably. He's not looking too great about this. He walked in their gallery of all places and wrecked works. Enough said. There's reasons to say it's never good to fandango with them. Sorry about that. It's true that Lapis wasn't in that gallery, but no wonder. The last sent you a gift, too. Lapis sent me something? What did she send? Don't you worry, it's untouched. Check it out yourself. To G from L. Huh. A 6mm videotape. Do people nowadays use tapes instead of letters to send regards? Don't be silly. I'll go grab a player for this thing. It's all set up. I'll play the video now. Oh, there's no way that's good. Am I crazy, or is that the fucking hallway from Isang's flashback? Great, so N-Corp is involved. I have no reason to believe that Isang himself is directly involved, because if he was, I don't think Virgilius would be the type to hide his hostility towards him. Unless it's a does he know situation. Ruby? Ruby! Ruby, is that you? Oh, I don't like that. No, Mama, I don't really like milk. I told you before, didn't I? And thus the room, white painted, perished into the vast plain. It went crunchy, crunchy. The butterfly, as it was... What the fuck is that word? Oh. Nonsense created to emulate the gibberish found in the Korean. Formed out of dream, squirm, wriggle, hungry. Shook hands with the stomach, and I came to you tonight. There are so many of me. Is this what I think it is? Whoops. Are they experimenting with the mirror? You sure you set the refraction rate correctly? All I've done was set the intensity to 3 point as he ordered. What was the maximum number of rifts observed? 26. Let's push that number up to 40. I could raise it, sure, but that will most certainly worsen the damage. What's wrong? What's going on now? It means we have yet another failed test on our hands. Ending experiment number 32. Are you sure the intensity calibration was correct? It was properly at 3 point. It wasn't the problem. Ruby. Asaya, is it true that the subject is shattered to pieces? I have warned that this would happen since the start. Like I said, I can only do so much on my own. If you're going to pull off an abduction, you should have committed and brought the other 8 with me. Oh, he's one of the 9 from Isang's group. Just you wait. We'll have more manpower soon. Wouldn't that be a touching reunion? How many rifts are you planning to make anyway? 40? 50? No. No, of course not. 10,000 minimum. Not sure I like that. Infinite gotcha forever, coward. We're now halfway through the comic. After that, it becomes words, 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 words. Sorry, I was asking Grandpa a question. This is legit, right? Yeah. No doubt that's an officer of the ring. Lapis must be in danger. Oh, nah, that's not what I meant. I mean, this is a huge find. I don't get it, though. Where did they manage to hide a lab that big? The 17-second. Can you upscale it? Can do. Oh! I just noticed that the fucking hallway is like contorting. I wonder if that's like the back of the bus. Never fails to make me sick. This is kind of alarming. What is that place? The ring owns a corridor. Oh, so it is. They can create an exit from wherever they are. A matching entrance here in that corridor. The doors sometimes fail to properly link, though. That one time was a real bother. Anywho, this makes one thing clear. Yes, the lab is somewhere inside a gallery they own. Remember this door. Alrighty. Shall we tweak the schedule a bit? Boss man? Sure. Nuncio, call this week's clients and tell them to wait a tad longer. I don't think I'll have the patience to hear the ends of their tirade. She being a bit brazen about it. Then I'll prepare the fake IDs. Goody for Sako's on the nitty gritty. Oh, maybe we should snag some bags and tools too. Things don't go well. We can just pick up the body pieces and still break even. What? Aye, solid data comes in handy for securing a pay. Remember that time when we worked our eyes out of socket recovering data for our client? Hold on, just what? What are you all on about? There was some hot intel circulating between a select few wings and Grade 1 folks. It involves a singularity the ring was allegedly almost done observing. Details about its origins or whether it's really theirs were sealed airtight. This footage, it matches everything that's been known so far. You struck gold, Garnet! We'll bring over all the cash cows! Ash? But weren't you going to rescue Lapis and those kids? Garnet. Rescue isn't the right word to use here. Well, unless you mean the singularity. Garnet. Denver, she used to care about helping others too. But you see, when you spend a month with nothing left but chicken bones to eat, you'll drop all your shame on a dime. That's how it is for all of us. You should try to get used to it. Denver, where's the contact list? Excuse me, sir. But do you agree with her ideas? The hells and high waters a fixture goes through. Train them to best sniff out the sense of potential yields and follow the flow. This is the kind of path that lies ahead of you. You should adapt to it before it breaks you. Boss, you sure you want to bring the kid along? You're right. I don't think I should join this operation. Because I see nothing else but saving Lapis. Making them pay for what they've done. No. You'll be going with us. It's the flow I'm taking. And this is not going to end well. God, I just know he's gonna eat shit. When has anything in Virgie's life gone wrong ever? Holy shit, Nerd Virgilius! Nerd Virgilius! I say with this fucking accent. Not even accent, it's like a lisp. Yeah. Sorry if it's been kind of, annoying to parse my words. He really does Clark Kent very well. My teeth have gotten to the point where my bite has almost completely adjusted. But though my teeth might adjust into the place where they're supposed to, my tongue is still very confused about this change of events. Change of things. The glasses genuinely make him look different. Mm-hmm. I kind of agree. The only thing he'd really need to change is his haircut. Just a little bit. Like, slick it back. Like another Virgil. Your eyes may greatly fatigue upon arriving at this part of the gallery. Please mind your step. Damn. Operation start. All operatives are now in the gallery. Tracking devices online. Alrighty. The game's just begun. Gird your loins, folks. And don't be an anxious little amateur out there. Boss is entering the second floor. Target's moving to point S32. You got the word on the delivery due today, right? Oh, excuse me. Fuck. Fucking demon tried coming out my throat. From the MDM? Yeah, just sign the papers. By the way, what happened to your predecessor? Oh, you know, the usual. Rambled about returning to the ocean before disappearing. Well, cheers moment. Hang on, man. Feels like the box is shaking a little. Stop panicking. This thing's built to stay upright. Right, non-seal. A good reminder. Check the date over here. You tip that box over, you're saying goodbye to 5 years of salary. The sharks really shook us down with the deal. Highway robbery, I tell you. No way we're doing business with them again. Please don't poke it, man. Yeesh. It'd take a big guy like you to be such a worrywart. But, ma'am, I don't want any blame put on me. Fine, just step aside already. Oops. Sorry, pal. Didn't notice you down there. Okay. The general public is bound to the conventional mindset of viewing things from just one perspective. However, Master Jimsoon is fond of astronomy. Multilateral methods stem from many viewpoints. From there, we can face the world in all its reality and provoke various interactions. The pieces in this section are partial successes to embody the ideals of the maestros. Oh my. Excuse me, are you alright? Your eyes seem... I'm sorry. I guess I couldn't hold in my emotions. Please excuse me for a moment. I'm afraid the lecture will have to end here for today. Huh? I guess the artwork's too touching to handle, huh? Still, you might want to be a tad more careful. When it comes to the upper brass, we wouldn't exactly want them finding out. Stop here? Go up a little. And a painting? Oh, Denrin, the ring member? Oh, this. Down? Ah! Yo, you mean this? Down a panel, not a page. Oh, oops. Tell me If I'm in the right spot. Down another panel. Yes. There's a man and a woman in this scene. Which one's which? This is the man. And this is the woman. Oh. This is the man. And this is the woman. To be fair, as I kind of immediately assumed Denver was a woman. But yeah. Fucking... Project Moon androgyny strikes again. But that's true. That's why you're here for me. Right. Tomboy and femboy relationship. So what's in the duffel bag? Boss and Co. are still on the second floor. The Moonlight Stone couriers got in safely. Stay sharp for now. Be sure to cut it off when the time's up. Oh my, isn't this a top-of-the-line product? Don't mention it. It's a little nudge to give our future patron a good impression. Ah, I'm moved. Am I allowed to look forward to this? You know we're just sampling the goods here, right? Don't get too carried away. I'm aware, but it would be such a shame to keep this joy to ourselves. Thanks, but I'd rather ecstasies. They're better when they're shared together. I fucking hate eccentric rich people, dude. Looks like he means it. Guess you'll have to dip yourself in hot water here, Denver. You gonna be okay with that? Your buddies look like they might drop dead while waiting for me. Fret not. The drier the eyes become, the greater the joy of seeing will be. Oh, ads? No, not the ads! Wait, are we back that fast? Damn. Oh god, this... Get like water or something. There's... I got shit in my throat. Alright. That's a punchable face. Do we have cleaners left? We do have some left in stock. Be sure to get your brain cleaned after this. That's a kaleidoscope. Is that what's going on? Oh. Oh. I peeped the horrors, and the horrors peeped back. What? Oh, this is fucked. I've only ever gotten high once in my life, and this is what it felt like. So, am I crazy, or is this drug making her, like, see into the mirror? Well, how did you like such ecstasy? It was one hell of a time, alright. That eye looks good on you. This is some weird flirting. It seems to be resin season. Reset? Why did I say resin? I'm going to blame this on Dante. 3-1. You're out. You already flunked twice before. You won't be under our aegis with those grades, so let's cut to the chase. Fucking murdered for drawing like shit. The exam site had a rather large audience. A lot of the examinees are desperate backstreet residents. Art made with one's life on the line has a certain charm to it. Now then, I bid you welcome to the 3rd floor VIP lounge. Hey, it's Gubo! Some things to note during the auction are... Ah, no need. I'm already familiar with the rules. Isn't this a simple game to pour in more money than the other players? Was this being released alongside Limbus or like before? We are now halfway through Leviathan. Is that Gubo? It sure is! Welcome to the stream, Heart Loves. Gubo is a sicko. Kind of guy who imprisons his friend in the fucking nightmare zone. Out of love. The white void was comfortable. It's a damn labyrinth here. Excuse me? Oh, I was just saying it'd be a hassle to navigate this place. You gotta be careful not to get lost. This guy here, he used to go off track all the time in the streets during internship. Yeah, I'm kind of bad with directions. Really now. Well, if you're not familiar with the geography, I suppose that sort of thing could happen. The way they're staring at each other. Please, come on in. Alright, we've pinned down the location. Denver's working her ass off with the mental keywords. Seems the signal's getting weaker from here on. I am curious as to why it's called Leviathan. We're halfway and it's not as on the nose with the allegory as Wonder Lab was with Alice. Have I read Hobbes' Leviathan? No. Anything I wasn't required to read in school was probably a no. I don't read too many books. I have read a couple, but I'm not, and I will not pretend to be very well read. Okay then, time for a freshness check. We'll open this as soon as you're ready. Opening the container now. Got it! What the hell is that? Hear sound. Must return home. It's all fated to break in the waves. I can't breathe up here. Help me. Should have worn your earplugs. It was right there in the instructions. Oh well. Now chill. We gotta finish up. Huh? Really? I showed you how to wear them too. Guess I'll have to finish it up myself. Got enough space. What on earth is this? Is it a freaking abno? It's alright. I read that it'll get better after a short wave of Wraith. In the sea, family should stay together. Oh. What? Just sit tight and calm down. Hey. I came since I saw someone choking outside. So, is it all done with now? Done and done. All finished without a hitch. Want to take a look? What do you say? It's thick as expected. Sure, it works just as well. I hope you'll use our service again. Well, probably. Well then, we'll clean up and help with the rest of the installation. Okay. Back to your senses finally? We've got cleaning to do. Only just getting started, so don't let your guard down. Sorry. Don't sweat it, just do it right next time. Ma'am. Let's say, if you were a river meandering along a course, and if you met a stream to the sea, what would you do? What are you on about? Still lost in the sauce? Give your head a good smack. I wouldn't go. I'm not the type to mingle with others, if I had to say. That's true, I guess. What do you mean by that? Wait, my head is still ringing. Don't hit me! You seem perfectly fine from the way you're talking. And now, the last comic chapter. Inside the box is sloshing Ishmael. What? God, I wish I had a box with Ishmael on it. Oh, nice view you've got there. Oh, she's still alive, I guess. Yeah, they didn't kill her. They actually let you in, eh? That doesn't usually happen. Though I guess having a color in the audience was too thrilling for him to resist. Sir? Don't worry. Don't have to bow down. Rather, they'd be honored to see their works freed by my gaze. Now, presenting our first item. It is gaze. "43 years ago, hair was collected into this urn from every villager of a now gone town in Nest U. The opening bid is 30 million on, and the bid increment 5 million. 35 million. 40 million. 40 million going once. Well, anyone can be 45. There, we have 45 million. We're now at 50 million on. Will anyone give me more? What's interesting, the fact that they harvested the hair of every villager in a fucking town just obliterated from U-Corp? What do we know about U-Corp? Oh, U-Corp is a lake. Oh, you know, the lake replaced the city, clearly. The village, rather. And we have a deal at 50 million on. My praise to you. Now, let's move on to the second item. Umbrella Corp. Not yet. We will play Resident Evil once we've caught up to Limbus Company. The elegant Mr. Shroud, going on dancing for 3 years now. Time flows 8 times slower on his stage. A luxury worth giving glances when you bore. The opening bid is 50 million on this time. That man is not even remotely interested in the items. He's after something specific. He's in this auction for a very particular reason, like I am. Yes, we have a deal at 70 million on. Next up. We already reached our final item of the day. It's my favorite one, and one I expect will sell the highest. I am overjoyed to present this piece to you. Heretofore, an infamous syndicate known for its brutal reign was wiped out in a single battle. All of its members, including the leader, were annihilated in that incident. This is a painting that immortalizes the carnage. What syndicate would this be? Please, my kid is waiting for me at home. Wait! Lapis! Oh. So, what's the code? The file password is Lapis. It's the name of the boss's daughter. Please, let me... You'll stay alive for a few hours with the cut I'm about to leave. Consider it my thanks for having told me the code. Wow, how very Yakuza of you, Virgilius. Maybe Virgie had some karma coming? You don't become a color fixer without rounding up a few grudges, I think. Since this battle, their names and records have been expunged. Who they were, what they did, whether they deserved that fate, everything about the Syndicate and its members forever remains a mystery. Painted from the consciousness of the sole survivor unto death after onslaught. This is the final item of the day. The opening bid is 1 billion on. Yes, 1.2 billion, 1.25 billion, 1.3 billion. We have 1.4 billion over there. People, by the way, who haven't read Leviathan call Virgilius a fraud. $10 billion. Okay. We have Gubo from N-Corp bidding 10 billion on. Looks like he wants to win this bid badly. Do you think he's here for the same thing as us? That seems to be it. Corridor of the Ring. Access granted to those who win the Meister's most cherished work. He's determined to go there no matter what. Is there anyone else? Alright then, let's wrap up the auction. Hey, you know that you ought to pay the full price in cash here and now, right? No. Is this a I have something more valuable. I'm sure that you know the painting is unfinished. It's something of a counterfeit, produced only from someone's fading mind. However, what if I could complete it? If you take me to the lab, I can show you the real deal. Hold it. This is not in line with the rules! Was it not that only the group with the highest bid would be allowed into the corridor? The moment you break the rules of the auction, you and your galley will be put in ill repute, a major disgrace. Meister, it's 10 bill on the line. You won't gazump him, right? Ah, rules and reputation. Had you been just a little more cultured, you would have realized that such things are utterly worthless before this gaze. The decision is made. This painting, the red gaze, goes to the red gaze himself. Ah, bless you. And I think that's the last comic chapter. Only the gays can truly appreciate my work. Alright, and now it's pretty much just text, yeah? Holy shit. The code is I fragment in glass, according to Denver. Oh wait, I fragment in glass, according to Denver. She done a fine job. She done did a fine job, boss. Langen spoke to the radio, his voice obscured by small noises and interference. I could give him a response without being audible, but I decided against it. There was no time to be loitering around sending my thoughts when that person was ahead of us. And now we take a turn in this direction. One must accompany a guide to explore the ring's corridor. The reason is that the corridor has countless doors. The passageways connect to one another by intricate and complex rules. Getting lost in a space as a linear corridor may sound unlikely, but I'm sure it's more possible. It's more than possible in this one. In the footage she filmed, Lapis showed us our destination in the corridor, and the guide here, this ring member, brought us to the entrance. And as they say, one who knows where the journey begins and ends will not lose the way. In other words, now that we are allowed in the corridor, there is no need for a guide. That's definitely a different art style for sure. Here we arrive at the VIP room, Mr. Redgaze. Please wait here until Master Jim soon arrives to give you a more detailed explanation of the art. Having outlived their usefulness, the guide's words fade away with no ears to fall upon. Next, the guide's body loses balance and collapses, their ankles having been slashed. Sir? Garnet was always like that. Even though he's witnessed a good many deaths he could do nothing about. Even though he's realized that the warm hand of a comrade on his shoulder could cast him aside and measure the price of his life at any moment. Even though he was aware that this world is too far removed from ideals like reason or ethics for him to consider the tragedies he's seen as wrongful. What are you... He is always distraught by the suffering inflicted before his eyes. Our infiltration mission ended once we entered the corridor, Garnet. That's why I have to deliver this as matter-of-factly as I can. I want Garnet to grow into a person who doesn't agonize over the sufferings. We should try and make this quick. This Gladius is filled with a heating mechanism. The searing... Fucking hell. The searing heat of the blade cauterizes the wound. It prevents this guide, whose only fault was letting us in, from bleeding out. They will likely survive. They might recover from the concussion sooner or later and call for backup. But this is no time to spill blood. Garnet's eyes dim upon hearing my words. Whether it be the Lune of disillusion, despair, or expectation, it doesn't matter. I want him to soak in the darkness, to let it slowly consume him. It's what he needs to live a normal life. I can't afford to repeat the scarcity of time to you twice. Let's move. Leaving behind a deliberately cold remark, I walked on. A branching path. The passage that seemed to extend endlessly came to an intersection. The correct path was already determined, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to let Garnet come up with an answer. I maintained a willful silence, waiting for him to speak up. I think we should take a right turn. I just feel like that's the right way. He may not know it himself, but Garnet is good at deconstructing and piecing together information. Internalizing the 7 Association's workflow he's seen during their fixer qualification test might have helped. But I believe most of it can be attributed to his powers of observation that stem from the refusal to be a mere bystander to the suffering of others. It's no surprise that you feel this way. You know where we started and where to go. A correct answer deserves an apt explanation. I began to mutter. One can only find their way in this corridor by recognizing those 2 points. Since we know them, we can traverse by feeling what directions. Reversion of causality, was it? I think I remember being taught in the Association's training program that some singularities take advantage of this. That's right. And try to talk less to other fixers or clients. No one in the city welcomes a fixer who's in the learning stage. Make yourself look better than you are if it helps you earn your... Understood. Vim is restored in Garnet's eyes. As easily as he is disheartened, he can shake off the gloom just the same. Although I had no grounds to call it his faith, it's how his emotions usually flowed. That things would work out despite it all. For a prosperous life in the city, perhaps such a mindset could be useful in the long term. I hear footsteps. Reaching the end of the hallway, I could sense someone approaching from around the corner. Long steps, composed and nonchalant. A tall person, estimated to be at least 180 centimeters in height. Furthermore, someone who could stroll around the corner like it's their own home. Right around the corner! Meaning it's a descent. You're... A guest wandering around the ring's corridor without a guide leading them can only be one thing. An unwelcome visitor. The descent bursts out in pure rage the moment their eyes reach us. I knew it. You're just another money-grubbing fixer after all. You used Master Jimsoon's passion for art to feed your own greed! The descent didn't seem to have any patience for my side of the story as she gripped the pole tight and started running at me. An entirely emotional act, her reason dominated by anger. The action I should take was made clear at that moment. Make sure that you aren't ahead of me, Garnet. Just as I felt the tiny movement of Garnet lightly nodding in the corner of my left eye. Clash! The steel pole flew in with unhesitating force and fiercely clashed against the blade of the Gladius, creating a repulsive noise. It's more solid than I anticipated. The swing I made with the intent to cut through the weapon didn't go as planned. I shouldn't have allowed you to meet Master Jimsoon. A furious scream flies straight into my face. It's undoubtedly out of an unadulterated rage. Alas, in order to draw out the full strength of wrath, it has to be rid of spite first. A refined wrath becomes the power to overcome hardships, while spiteful anger only clouds the eyes. For instance, in a narrow space like this corridor, it would have been wiser to avoid engaging in close combat using a weapon as long as the descents. However, those consumed by wrath will only lash out feverishly in a clash of emotions. This is going to make things simpler. What was that noise? An unpleasant hiss of metal is scratching on metal. Her slight quivering and the noisy friction does not go unnoticed. As soon as I kick the lower part of the lengthy pole, all the weight she placed on the front collapses on her. Naturally, her body begins to tilt in the other direction. The descent is leaning more and more, and her pole is pinned down by the edge of my sword, disarmed, completely defenseless. Lifting my other arm, I landed a fist directly on her unguarded solar plexus. I could feel her breastbone deform and break in two before she was sent flying towards the end of the corridor. Garnet. With my eyes locked on the target, I sought out a glimpse of the presence behind my back and whispered in his direction. Go find the lab and get in there first. Just me? Is that really going to be okay? Saying it will be fine won't relieve Garnet or his concern. of his concern. I'll need something to convince him. I took my coat off along with the sheath and handed it to Garnet. Sir, that's... Take my gladius. In all of his floundering, he managed to equip the coat and sword firmly. Mental keywords Lan Yen relate to you. You remember those, right? And our goal as well. Of course! Even if he was prone to waver in his feelings, he was upright at his core. That was the important thing. The pitiful and heartrending struggle to hold his roots fast, grasping onto the smallest specks of dirt. That's what matters the most. You are not going anywhere. The Descent stood up in the forking passage of the corridor. It was clear from the get-go that breaking a bone or two wouldn't incapacitate them. There was just one thing. I'll deal with the obstacle. The path should be clear to your eyes as well. Right. I only needed a second to adjust the direction a little. What are you babbling about? A different color of outrage is painted over her pure rage. Even if she can't hear the conversation, stopping in the middle of a battle to have a casual exchange with a third party was sure to enrage her for being ignored. That's what I was looking for. Layer upon layer of anger was going to dull the sharpness of her mind. You're not getting away! I gathered strength in my legs. The feeling is rather different from controlling muscles. It's more akin to hydraulic cylinders and motors pumping energy into my right leg. My next attack won't be easy to keep track of. You... The distance was closed in an instant. Like a marble launched from a slingshot, I approached the target at great speed. This momentum is asking to be exerted. Simply opened my palm and placed it under my opponent's chin. Her head was thrown back to an almost unnatural degree. Using an augmented body is not unlike driving a car. The procedure on my legs allows me to maneuver them similar to how you feed energy into a car's engine and speed it up by stepping on the accelerator. You could also argue that augments are like vehicles in that the feel of use as well as proficiency can differ depending on the manufacturer and the model. However, a vehicle is ultimately a tool. It is up to the driver to operate it. The performance just now was accumulation of my experience more than anything. As I figured when I broke her breastbone, this woman is tough. Her cervical vertebrae are still intact from an impact that would have shattered those of a regular member. Even though she's passed out, it was only for a moment. That fleeting moment was all I needed. Garnet? My arm extends and once again finds its fist in the center of her chest. The macabre sensation of broken bones being buried into the body can be felt, and the feeling of the organs and muscles around them being torn apart is delivered through the skin. But it doesn't quite lead to a feeling of life being snuffed out. She had already detached from the fist, tumbling through a door at the end of the corridor. I continued the sentence that had gone wayward for a second. Now. Ah, got it! Garnet started sprinting after a brief answer. I could have pursued the opponent and finished her off right away, but I chose to send Garnet on his way first. Incapacitating a descent to the ring without using weapons was going to take some time. After watching Garnet turn the corner, I walked through the broken doorway. In the massive hall, a myriad of purposeless doors lined the walls as far as the eye could see. There's no use in telling ceilings, walls, and floors apart from each other. If the door were to reassemble itself, I might have no way to return. That's how this hall was designed. The Descent finally makes us smile. You know what kind of place this is, and you should know that it was a huge mistake to walk into this hall. Well, I can't say if it was, but that does sound like something I've heard often. Bluffing, are you? That one is not something I've heard often. The Descent corrects her posture and lunges at me. She looked ready to engage with me from a distance this time. Either having calmed down or having determined that she would have the upper hand in this place. Unfortunately for her, she will not have that space. Artificially weaved muscle fibers once again build up strength. Propelled with explosive force, I reached her without delay. A fist is struck upon her chest yet again. The impact of my hand colliding with her solar plexus, or the sorry remainder of bruised flesh where it once used to be, is sent to me. If I can drop her off the edge into the bottomless chasm before she can regain her balance, the fight will be over. There's the faint sound of crackling and shifting. Finally. However, the tenacity of that descent was nothing to scoff at. After taking 3 blows in the same spot, she adapts to the attack and manages to stay in place, returning a bloodied smirk. The hall stares with a strange noise. As though the floor wished to become the ceiling, the compartment the two of us were standing on began to steeply incline. If I hadn't been here before, I would have been in danger of losing my footing. If I hadn't, that is. You! The wish of the hall had come true. The descent was hanging onto the edge of the wall that now became a cliff. Though she is certainly at a disadvantage, her eyes are still animated. A stubborn determination to live, an urge to ascend the ledge at the slightest chance was burning in her eyes. And right now, I am above her, a foot stretched right before her eye. I'll drag you to the abyss with me! I don't know. It certainly looks like I have the high ground. Prolonging in this battle any longer could pose danger. I have to end it now. Right. It was something called Shin, if I remember her words correctly. In that case, 2 Mung should be enough. I deaden my breath and clear my mind. Rummaging through this bag of memories, I carefully fumble around the recollections and pick the heaviest and densest ones to fill my emptied head. A group of children about half as tall as my waist gather around me. Boxes wrapped in colorful papers prepared for the kids. Snow-covered streets celebrating creation. Emotions that may be trivial to others, but that are far more plentiful than I deserve. A bouquet of such emotions that I could call absolution. The bundle that resembled the sunlight scattered away, like beams fading behind dark clouds. I remember every single moment of it. I engraved all of them into my eyes. The Luna of hope I felt that day, and the Luna of despair I felt that day. 2 rings of light that resemble the glow of the moon wrap around my leg. Carrying this nightly luster, the leg sorrowfully lands on the descent as she climbs up on the cliff, screaming with such lightness that I could barely hear the footfall, a sound so quiet that it's masked by her last gasp. In a most airy descent, the moonlit leg crushed the descent's miserably wounded chest. It was neither the augmentation, blood pressure, nor the contraction of muscles. The only thing that moved was the mind. Kicking off with the recoil of the heart, I returned to the broken door presented by the hall. So this is the power of the light she mentioned. The power of sin. Translation notes. To maintain lexical consistency between the original Korean and Japanese English versions, the proper nouns shin and mung will be written with romanization. The proper noun shin is based on the Japanese pronunciation of the Han Chinese character and pertains to the mind. In the original Korean version, Virgilius' description of various emotions all have mung present in them, such as hope, despair, disillusion, expectation. As indicated in the book's title, Mung is also the pronunciation of the Han character, meaning full moon. Given that Virgilius was originally a Roman poet, we've elected to use the Latinate luna, plural lunae, alongside the emotions that evoke Mung to give a similar effect when not specifically referring to Mung as a proper noun. I've actually seen these rings of light before, twice. I'm trying to think. When? Did I see it during the Cromer fight? During the prologue, when? Oh, wait, when we all fucking died, yeah? Hello, For Ishmael. I'm gonna be doing your Kanto on Friday. Thanks for the follow. Sorry, I'm checking my DM right now. Oh, yeah, when we all died, we got fucking monged to death, goddamn. You also need a Limbus? Oh, yeah, I'm currently about to start Kanto 5. Although tomorrow I'm streaming, we're streaming Barrel Trauma, I think. Damien also used like somewhere around 7 Mong to bisect Cromer. God damn! What is with that scary little German boy? Is this the lady he's been fighting? To give you an idea how strong those three were at the beginning, they were using 1 to 2 Monk. And is Virgilius using 4 then? Three? Damn. I love power scaling. My legs felt like stones. The fact that this was the first time Mr. Virgilius and I were separated since we first came to the Queen's Gallery has been weighing on me. To be honest, it isn't just the gallery. Most of the time, he's been with me to help me with work lately. And when he wasn't around, other experienced fixers have kept me company. Gabra just casually charging up like fucking 9 Mong or something. Being in those groups limited by role, but I was able to go unharmed thanks to them. Then perhaps these heavy footsteps I'm taking right now might be my first leap toward being an independent fixer. I couldn't help but sigh. The corridor was narrow, but unfathomably long. What will I do if I go the wrong way? What if the door handle was booby-trapped? Even if it isn't, what if the door doesn't lead to where I want? No, what if I ran into an unexpected foe and got trounced before I could even reach my destination? Take my Gladius. That's what he told me. I can only assume the reason he gave me his Gladius was because he couldn't put his full trust in my capabilities. Still, trusting me with this weapon may have been his way of showing that he does have a bit of faith in me. If that's the case, and if I want to repay his partial trust, I have to do this right. Come on. Pull yourself together, Garnet. Collecting my thoughts, I closed my eyes. Doors of an identical shape, their numbers out of order. There's one correct door that must be among them. In my head, I slowly retraced Lan Yan's intel and the footage Lapis risked her life to film. My memory does not fail me. I clearly remember the starting point and the goal from the video. Room 718. The destination wasn't too far from where I was. Eye, fragment, and glass. Although I was never taught how to use mental keyword locks, the door opened by just thinking the words. It was so simple and effortless, it made all my concerns moot. Gripping back tension before I could loosen up, I gently entered the open door to the laboratory that I saw in the video. With each step I take, my neurons fire off furiously. Every little thing that comes into my sight brings up a past lesson. For example, corner up ahead. In the Seven Association seminar, they advised us to hold our breath for a moment and keep our ears open for possible footsteps whenever we approach a corner of a path. That I couldn't be there to see it, but what was your reaction to the switch from the comic to a novel? Oh, easy. It was... Nah, I mean, it was just like... Words! Every little thing that comes into my sight brings up a past lesson. For example, oh wait, the corner up. There might be a trap just out of view or an ambush waiting to strike unsuspecting victims. The sound of my swallowed saliva rings loudly in my ears. It only seems loud because I'm nervous, I consoled to myself, as I quietly leaned on the wall and pictured what was around the corner. Faint and low-pitched sounds, this time between footsteps and the occasional chatter. 2 people are around the corner. Fortunately, they didn't seem to have noticed me. Unfortunately, though, this corridor is way too clean. I didn't see any objects or props that I could use as cover on the way here, and it'd be reasonable to guess that there won't be any ahead either. Conflict is probably unavoidable. You gotta be aware of your limits and know what moves you can and can't make in battle. While tightening my grip on his gladius, I was reminded of Rikako's words. God. She would often make insightful remarks. It kind of bothers me that her stare falls on me whenever she says such things, but I'm sure she meant well with the advice. And it was thanks to her that I could shake off thoughts beyond my level right now. In all likelihood, trying to mimic the surprise attacks Mr. Virgilius often performs won't work out. In that case, a better plan would be to drop my foe's guard by making myself look sloppy, and then lunging at them. I should be able to close the distance while they are confused. They'll soon brace themselves and attack me, but when they do, they will probably go for the part they see first, my left arm. That's when I'll thrust the sword into a vital point with my right arm. I suppose losing my left arm is a price I can deal with. Deciding to give up my non-dominant left arm instead of my right was a result of weighing my options. I heard prosthetic replacements for frequently used body parts cost more. Something about it being tricky to replicate the muscle mass and nerve compatibility. I felt pathetic for having thoughts like these. Why am I making plans with the premise that I'm going to lose an arm before I've even begun fighting? Should I be thinking of ways to get through this without losing any limbs? These aren't the kind of thoughts he would have. If only I wasn't such a milksop. The footsteps grew close enough to drown out my own stray thoughts. There's no time not to strategize. I'm a pushover, so I should do what a pushover. So I should do what a pushover can to win. What? I don't remember how I made the leap. The target's frightened breath, their shoes squeaking against the floor in response to the sudden assault. The fluttering of white gowns and the terrified faces of two researchers entered my senses as disconnected snapshots. Despite being members of the ring, my opponents didn't appear to be good fighters. However, they seemed to have some means of self-defense, judging from the way they reached into their coats. I gave them an exploitable opening, moving my left arm their way. This is not a critical spot. Ah! Bracing for serious pain in my arm, I stabbed the gladius into one researcher's heart with all my might. I could feel the gladius push its tip to their muscles, but the pain crossing my left arm never came. Were they too struck with panic to attack? This is how it feels to stagger an enemy, and then all the other mobs just get panicked. When I glanced at my left arm, I saw that my coat had stopped the blade in its tracks. This is under Limbus tab. Why? Because Leviathan is Limbus Company! Do you want me to open up Limbus with the mirror dungeons? Would that make you feel better? Maintenance is over by now, right? Surely. Sorry, I forgot that I'm scaring the host with my fucking Lockport music. Cannot operate the game, shutting down. Okay. Arknight's Egos? No! Do a 10 roll to quiet the haters. The game client must be updated. It doesn't want to. The game client must be updated. It's not letting me. It's just fucking closing the damn game. The game client must be updated. Cannot operate the game. Shutting down now. Updated to Steam. It won't let me. It's just showing the play button. Fucking stupid fucking Steam. Ugh. Well, alright, I guess we're gonna keep reading for a bit. When I glanced at my left arm, I saw that my coat had stopped the blade in its tracks. That explains why he gave me the code as well. Before I could let gratitude and relief set in, the researcher at their side charged me now with their weapon drawn. Stay away! I swung my gladiators in an attempt to hit the blade of the dagger they pulled out. Then, I felt a strange click from the hilt. Huh? Clink! Instead of the blades striking against each other, only the sound of one separated from its base, falling to the ground, had reached my ears. It fell off the dagger like melted ice cream. Heating mechanism. I remember the guide's wound being cauterized by Mr. Virgilius' sword. Now that same burn was left in the upper half of the researcher's body, split in two and dropped on the floor. Astonished by the sharpness of his gladius that can cut through a person's body smoothly and the durability of the coat I'm wearing, I felt a small pang of guilt with the two bodies on the floor. However, that soon subsided once I reminded myself of where they worked. Looking for the kids I saw being tortured in laboratory machines, I ran across the corridor. Lapis! This place was far more repugnant in the footage than in the footage. Thinking of my friends who must be resting in discomfort inside those rows of test tubes made my stomach turn. Is how you increase the refraction rate. Noted, but if the refraction rate is too high. Following the sound of familiar voices, I found Rikako and Nansil wearing M-Corp attire. Some researchers seemed to be giving them explanations of the experiment they were doing. See, so this lever... I could sense relief in the eyes of our two fake M-Corp employees when we exchanged glances. Rikako chuckled and nudged her chin, while Nansil gave me a discreet thumbs up. Yeah, I think I've heard just about all I need. Pardon? But I haven't even started on the glass window superposition for the linkage. Ah, forget it. You must be tired from all the lab work, so why don't you just take a sweet nap? Nansil? Garnet? Rikako's fist hits the flabbergasted researcher in the stomach. Meanwhile, Nansil snuck up on the researcher next to him and choked him from behind. In the time it took them to deprive the researcher of consciousness, Rikako had already taken down 3. There were 7 researchers in the lab. Rikako and Nansil knocked out 3 each in less than 5 minutes. I was able to subdue the last one with ease. It boosted my confidence to get a feel for what his sword and coat were capable of. Though, of course, I still had a long way to go to get on the level of those skilled fixers. Garnet, did you get here from the quarter by yourself? You got it pretty good. Nansil showered me with praise and raised thumbs. That wasn't anything impressive. All he did with our boss's sword and coat was beat a few pansies who couldn't wield a knife to save their lives. Man, I saw you cheer for him while he fought, yelling, "Yeah, go get him!" and such. I did, but only because it was so insufferable to watch. Why, you have a problem? Rikako made a gruff reply. Their quarreling that used to have me concerned about the state of the team felt like a breath of fresh air. A breath of fresh air here. Perhaps it's these moments of relieving tension that helped them complete so many field jobs. Mr. Virgilius will be back soon. How are things going on your side? We were able to figure out the controls and how the machines work without much trouble. Wasted a bit of time thanks to Nansil being a total bungler with the machines. And hey, this wasn't a half bad record. Come now, I only struggled one time. Huh, back when I was your grade, it only took me a glimpse to get stuff all figured out. Pictures these days are raised too soft. Rikako's words make my heart beat with anticipation. The two of them were assigned the roles of gaining entry into the lab while disguised as Moonlight Stone Couriers, since they earned higher fixer grades. Not through stunning combat expertise, but through a plethora of certificates for various professions. We needed skilled personnel to deal with all these buttons and levers, as careless handling could cause terrible accidents like what was filmed in the footage. I might have to close Steam. I might explode for a second. Okay, it didn't explode. But it's not showing that I should update the game. So what now? Oh, ads? I'll be right back then. Streamer down! Streamer down!
Beach volleyball.
Anyway, I had a question. What do I do if Steam doesn't want to even try updating the game? Restart Steam? That might be slightly annoying. One sec. It kind of had to, Oh, there it is. Memphis Company is updating. Oh, I know what the problem was. Because I was running my fucking VTuber software. It wouldn't update in the background while I had both of those active. Well then, good news. When I finish reading this chapter, we'll do a 10 roll! How do you feel about that? What do you mean downloading 17 gigabytes of data? What do you mean 17 gigabytes? Oh well. Back to reading, I guess. I remember hearing from Denver that the reason Rikako keeps Nansil around, even though she scolds him like this daily, is that he had skills worth developing. She wouldn't have talked to him in the first place if he was an actual lost cause. That's what Denver had added as she giggled. In any case, having two capable fixers with me lessened my worries. And we can start rescuing my friends now. Where should we start? I asked in an admittedly hopeful tone. I wanted to rescue the kids as soon as possible and find Lapis. Oh. The two didn't look too delighted, however. Rikako made a perplexed face, and Nansil slunk his eyes away. I was familiar with this air. It was after watching Lapis's videotape at the office. My plea to hurry and rescue her was met with a similar coldness. Garnet, our primary objective is to seize the singularity, don't you remember? It's the reason we got into this job. Rikako said in a slightly frustrated but appeasing tone. And I knew that. Fixers are motivated by the sense of interest. I was well aware that I should grow accustomed to this and adopt their mindset sooner rather than later. But still. I know. If you know the controls, it shouldn't be an issue to stop the machines right now. I'm not demanding that we push everything aside to save my friends by force. If they know how to operate the machines, surely there's nothing stopping them from getting the subjects out. I tried to persuade Rikako with that logic. About that, things got a bit more complicated, Garnet. That's when Nansil reluctantly brought up something. We thought we could just turn off the machines and set your friends free, but we learned on closer inspection that the data will be reset once the machines shut down, which means... In short, losing the data means we lose our chance at seizing the singularity. So the kids will have to wait. Rikako always based her priorities on value, and when two objectives were in conflict, she would discard one with less worth without batting an eye. Perhaps remaining level-headed throughout the process is what allowed her to climb to where she stands now. I can't help but wonder how I look in her eyes. An immature rookie who whines when things aren't going his way, an incompetent fledgling unfit to work as a fixer. Or worse, she might not be thinking of me as a colleague at all. Her priorities might have shifted a little, and the subjects lying in the tubes been acquaintances of her coworker. But what if something happens while downloading the data? And here I was, miserably insisting on the unreasonable once more, knowing all this. Garnet, let's say that we open those tubes right now to save those kids and lose the data. What next? We'll need some leverage to use in our favor if we want to get out of this alive after provoking the ring. Man! Nansil looked at Rikako as if he wanted to stop her, but she went on. Our boss would probably manage, no problem. He's a color and everything. But what about me and Nansil? And people at our office? And you? She rebuked even harder and then continued with a vague look on her face that didn't appear to signal anger or sadness. I don't think I can handle spending the rest of my life being chased by the ring. Are you prepared to bear that responsibility for us, Garnet? An agonizing silence fills the air. The most agonizing of all was my own behavior. All I could do was stare down at my feet, unable to stand my ground against Rikako's argument. I thought I was ready to face this when I asked Mr. Virgilius to help over the payphone. I thought that even if saving Lapis was an arduous ordeal, I'd be able to do it with help from the office and from him. But in the end, even that stereotypical feat of overcoming hardship was preserve of those with power. That's why Rikako and Nansil have been planning ahead, looking far into the future, taking into account what kind of organization the Ring is, the ramifications of getting into conflict with the Syndicate, the losses it will cause, the gains it could reap if the operation is a success in spite of the risks. All of it. Can I bear that responsibility? Of course I can't. I can't even be sure of my own immediate future, so how would I know something far-sighted planners aren't confident they can manage? There's just no way. Even so, I know all the kids lying in these tubes by name, but you two don't. You don't know the soured sweetness of half-melted candy sticking to its wrapper, held inside a small, patient palm for hours and hours. You don't know the chilly breaths we had to let out to make the fanciest drawings on the frosted windows during a cold day with broken heaters. Our inherent dearth gave richness to each moment of our lives. So, we weren't related by blood, but we were family nonetheless. I know all of them. I sank to my knees at the cruelty of having to weigh the lives of my dying siblings against profit and loss. Darn it. But how awful it was that I still couldn't reject it. You're right about everything. No, I'm actually not sure if you are, but it's just so upsetting that it sounds right. I don't know what I can say to prove you wrong. I get how you feel. That wall of helplessness you've hit is another name for reality. So you need to accept it. You can't afford to live in fantasies. Nansil put it sedately, to which Rikako shrugged. It's a hurdle every fixer has to go through to become high-caliber workforce. Right, Nansil? Huh. He used to be a big ditzy, too. I'm used to it now. Nansil said in agreement, though his smile left his face for a second. Perhaps we don't have a stage of pupation we must go through. Once we've hardened enough and fully prepared ourselves to leave the cocoon, only then will we begin our flight. In this metaphor, I'd only be a small larva just beginning to make my cocoon. I hope the pain that will mold me into a butterfly is sensible. Anyway, enough of that. Time to get back to business. You cool, Garnet? Rikako saw me give a weak nod, then turned to Nansil. Hey Nansil, why don't we make better use of the lab space now that there's no one here to interrupt us? We're gonna have to hurry, though. Sure thing, man. Nansil replied casually. He then entered the control room to work with the panels. I can save them. Rikako and Nansil are quick with their work. There will definitely be a chance once they finish with the singularity. Muttering what could be taken as a resolution to myself or an excuse to my friends still trapped in machines, I headed for the entrance. I wanted to be ready to fend off intruders in case any appeared. However, I heard the clacking of shoes coming from a completely unexpected direction. Someone was walking into this place from inside the control room. It was the person with multiple rings. The auctioneer, Mr. Regilius, and I saw. What's the maestro doing here? I heard Rikako's confused exclamation. All of us probably share the same feeling. Has it been a diversion after all? Sneaking into the lab while your allies joined the auction. Jumsoon was calm in spite of the incapacitated ring members and the researchers collapsed on the floor around her. There was not a shred of unease from the way she skimmed over the outfits Rikako and Nansil were wearing, and nodded as if she admired the craft. It seems it's not just the children you're trying to extract. Was I really, truly deceived by Sir Virgilius? Maybe I should have paid heed to the caution. Don't come a step closer. I know you're head over heels for this tech. One flick and I can destroy every bit of data you've gathered. Got it? Rikako warned, holding a lever. Jumsoon gave a vacant look at Rikako with a mysterious expression. She raised the corners of her mouth very slowly. It was not my intention to eavesdrop upon you, but you seem to be rather fond of realities. What? Rikako returned. She seemed to be taken aback by that arbitrary remark. Reality. Huh. People and their obsession with it. Personally, I'm averse to that word. Her wandering eyes suddenly fixed her gaze on Rikako, and then, Oh shit! Rikiko frowns in pain and staggers. On the other hand, Nuncio maintains his usual calm expression. Only he wasn't offering a hand to help Rikiko stand. It didn't take long to grasp what had just taken place before my eyes. Comprehending it, on the other hand, needed much more time. The blade Nuncio was holding had impaled Rikiko's abdomen. Rikiko seemed to have realized the same thing. Looking down at the blade poking through her stomach, he then turned to Nuncio, who was standing at her back. "Sit, Nuncio. Like you said, ma'am. I figured we were on our own to make ourselves a way to live." "You damn little... But when did you join hands with them?" "When we were setting up the operation. A new grade 3 fixer like me stood no real chance." "You gotta show some love for your office mates, at least. You've sunk low." "You just said it yourself, too. You don't put others in your priorities when you can't take responsibility for their survival." "Truth is, I considered bringing you around, but I decided not to. You're not the type to mingle with others easily, after all." "Is that what you meant by..." "Well, this was reality for me. Nothing's too low for reality, is it?" Rikiko opened her mouth as if to say something, but soon closed it back. Maybe she had run out of strength or couldn't find anything left to say. It took hearing Rikiko collapse on the floor for me to finally speak up. "Why? Why would you..." In response, Nuncio shrugged with a quiet cackle. It was as though he were telling me that the answer was stated multiple times already. In some ways, his gesture resembled what Rikiko did a bit ago, and that's when something finally dawned on me. If this was the reality, perhaps the pupa shouldn't have left the cocoon in the first place. There was no such thing as sensible pain. "Ah, thank you for coming all the way here, my precious gem." Jim soon spoke to me in an elegant voice smooth as a marble. "Oh. To tell you the truth, I had given up on the gem that is you, Garnet. The red gaze was a massive thorn standing in the way, and you'd even become a fixer. What a hassle this became." "Me?" "I aimed to create uncompromising perfection, but because of your little deviation, I almost had to compromise with reality and undermine the integrity of my art. I've been feeling rather unhappy because of that. I really owe you my thanks." She even bowed her head like she sincerely wanted to show her gratitude, realizing that all my friends, including myself, were treated with like nothing more than materials for a twisted work of art had set my heart ablaze with anger. Why? Why did it have to be my friends? What kind of grudge did you have against the Red Gaze? I vented my unbridled anger at the maestro. Why did it have to be the orphanage? What they needed was an ounce of happiness, not more tragedy. We were destitute children who were trying to find crumbs of joy in the smallest things. I can't imagine a reason to go to the lengths of inflicting misfortune on people like us. Grudge? Yet Jum soon tilted her head as though she heard an unfamiliar word. I bear no ill feelings like that. Don't you know what I mean, Garnet? That orphanage was chosen. Chosen? That was not a word I was familiar with. It's where the first miracle occurred. Right there, right then, where you were. Miracle? We never saw any miracles. We were busy savoring little bits of happiness that weren't anything more than regular occurrences to others. We've never... Then it hit me. One thing flashed across my mind. It was a catastrophe, not at all reminiscent of a miracle. It was the exact opposite of one. The incident where a terrible mass of flesh appeared at the orphanage and took so many lives. Chaos that Lapis and I could barely survive. An event that caused Mr. Virgilius, the Red Gaze, to stop visiting the orphanage. Is that what she's calling a miracle? Wait, you are talking about the incident on Christmas Eve, are you? What else could it be? It couldn't have happened on a more fitting day. Truly befitting the Holy Eve commemorating birth. It was a miraculous day of uncut gems beginning to shine. I wanted to believe I heard wrong, but it was simply out of the question. That was no miracle. My body is shaking. I was overwhelmed with fury upon listening to her disregard for everything I cared for. My head was broiling with rage. I couldn't even form words properly. No, it will mark the beginning of everything. The starting point of innumerable worlds that we will unravel from now on. While I stay silent, Jimsoon keeps running her mouth. You may not have known this, Garnet, but our gallery had been planning to make something fascinating for a good while. For that to happen, we must dedicate utmost care to every step of it. We can't settle for anything less than what is chosen by the world, Garnet. You heard its cry, didn't you? The first of the resurrected to return from the scattered light? Her voice raised higher and higher as she went on. An ecstatic flush suffused her face, and her eyes grew thin as if she were observing something captivating. And in a moment she made an order. Mr. Nuncio, was it? Could you pull the yellow lever next to you all the way up, if you please? This lever? Nuncio hesitates for a moment. And I look into his reluctant eyes. No, please say that's not it. Please don't accept that as part of your reality. I stared at him with pleading eyes. It's what you think it is. Even though I don't know the lever's exact function, one thing was clear to me. That everything I did to save my friends will be for naught. That everything will start falling apart right before my eyes. That this downfall will be caused by someone who I thought was family. That I will no longer be able to save Lapis. Understood. So! A shout akin to a scream escaped my throat. My legs were frozen, which were frozen stiff until a moment ago, began sprinting towards Nuncio. But I was wrong to the end. It was me who wasn't in his right mind. Rikiko gave me harsh but truthful words, and yet I could never open my eyes. This is reality, Garnet. It's time to wake up. Disjoined Worlds Identity Superposition Device activated. Initiating refraction rate intensification sequence. Target maximum refraction. Following the announcement of a dry mechanical voice, a chorus of distressing hums filled the laboratory. It was the sound of rifts opening, and the sound of something shattering within me, impaled by the stake that is reality. Translation notes. Jomsun is male, but it is referred to with female pronouns in this chapter of Leviathan, specifically with this pronoun. This for two reasons. Jomsun's name is traditionally feminine in its formation, being a suffix typically reserved for females. Jomsun has a feminine appearance to Garnet's eyes, and he hasn't explicitly learned yet that Jomsun is a man. Maestros are always referred to with he as a form of respect to the title. Think of it as army privates referring to a female sergeant as sir. This is why Garnet maintains his incorrect assumption. Okay. Alright, well, chapter's done. Let's say we, do a 10 pull. That's what you fuckers want to see, right? Egoless pull. If I don't get it this time around, it's guaranteed. as a reward for reading Leviathan. Alright, well. I gotta do the ritual, everyone. Stand back. Let's go gambling! In 3, 2, 1. Fuck! I got baited.
쉴 만큼 쉬었으니까 다시 가볼까?
Wait, what the fuck is this?
단단히 여미고.
Leviathan Association North, Section 3, Rodion. Perfect for your rupture team until you get Heisha Rodia. Fucking hell. Leviathan is the Amazon Delivery Association. Good God. Ah! I thought I dropped my fucking drink for a second. Alright. Back to this. And chapter 14 out of 20. As the sound of the rifts echoed through the laboratory, the children inside the machines began to spit out unintelligible things, screams and painful wails. Stop, please! I don't want to see! I'm looking into myself. I could understand what the last utterance meant. It was evident with the myriad of scenes that have unfolded in a flash before my eyes. And at the center of them, all was my back. It was quite strange looking at countless versions of myself from behind. Though it wasn't terror I felt. The sight was rather tranquil, in fact. Perhaps a more apt way to put it was that I was unsure of what emotion to feel. Then, all the visions twist, flip, split, and waver, until everything begins to overlap. My multitudes occupying, or being placed in the space, turned around to look at me. My eyes meet one of the dozens, hundreds, thousands of my other selves. It might be his that met mine, and at a moment's notice, the sceneries fade away. As though claimed by a bottomless chasm, I vanished into the tremor. I was on my knees, wailing in the midst of a heavy rain. The storm in my heart raged with such fury that the downpour couldn't compare. And my despair grows grimy and sodden in the rain. Why am I crying out here? I was a member of the streetlight office, an unremarkable one with unimpressive pay and lack of fame. In other words, it was a job I had no reason to be attached to. Then one day, we were invited to a place called the library, and lost Lapis there while I survived. We left you behind as we became part of the library's collection. Stupid idiot. Why? Uh-oh. I would need to compare this to the original scene, but like... Mars Lapis, huh? I hope that it wasn't Lapis who'd replaced the cake in the fridge. I remember that one time on a rainy day like this one. I got into a fight. Yeah! Garnet Lulu is funny as fuck. I remember that one time on a rainy day like this when I got into a fight with Lapis over something small. I was so heated by her mocking tone that I was on the verge of raising my fist. When I simmered down a little, I noticed that she was holding an umbrella over my head, as she kept replying to my grumbles in the same sassy tone. The streetlight always stands solemnly, shining down in the dark. Letting it gently illuminate the lurching waves of my heart would often help me calm down. That made it my wish to be like you, shining ever more brightly in the dark. I have to get Lapis's book from the library. That's what I can do for... Ah! I'm not doing the full commitment. It's fucking 10:41. For a while, I poured out feelings I couldn't quite describe in the rain. And the light shining down on me gradually dimmed before eventually fizzing out. My surroundings blur again like raindrops running along a window. Then me and the scenery casts his gaze upon me to meet my eyes. I don't try to avoid my glare. Director, how could this even be considered tolerable? The outcry of someone breathing heavily from my uncontained emotions reached my ears. As I looked around upon hearing the unfamiliar title, a desk piled high with papers caught my eye. I felt that it was a rather friendly sight, and with that, the feeling of unfamiliarity dissolved like spume. I take a deep breath. My mana too easily upset at the immediate injustice, too eager to argue against it with logic. At such small things, at such insignificant things, the southern branch of this She Association was rotten to the core. I aimed to excise each and every trace of the corruption taking hold of this organization. Eugen Garnet? But I still had work to do. Though I haven't had proper sleep for 10 days, this was not yet the time for rest. I can only say this. I want you to suppress your feelings and remind yourself, money, fame, and power rule over this world. I thought about the fixers of partnered offices whom I heard were all killed off. The other major Dante identity theory is that Dante is Garnet. I was gonna say, like, what wasn't Dante implied to be like some kind of big shot whose ideals are probably different to the current Dantes? This seems too similar. Don't worry, guys. Dante is Carmen. Dante is Angelica. Dante is Dante from the Summit Association. How stupid would that be? God, I'm struggling to say the words stupid. Maybe that's why I need to keep the damn prosthetic on. I thought about the fixers of partnered offices whom I heard were all killed off. The Section 3 director had summoned me one day to demand straight away that I report what I'm up to. When I replied that I planned to fix what is broken, they pulled out a pack of cigarettes and burnt through it in one sitting. Why that person decided to help me with the cause was beyond me. They swore they'd retire next year, too. As a matter of fact, we might face annihilation ourselves if we're not careful. Or worse, we might already be on the way down. I wonder what look will be on Thelma's face when he hears of Section 4's demise. It was my job to harden up my subordinates and assure them that we're almost through the crisis. I should tell them with unwavering confidence. However, being confident and having to be confident were two different matters. I had to ensure that everything I did wasn't a fool's errand. I must see to it that it was not to be a dead end for my men. To ease this troubled mind, I turned to look out the window. Then a gust of wind blew outside, turning the world upside down once more, my eyes meeting others. The broiling heat wakes me up at dawn. The weak breeze produced by my decrepit fan does little to draw off the beads of sweat trickling down my back. I had to be up by 6 in the morning anyway. I got a decent post at the local library, and I could avoid the attention of my landlord by leaving it at this time of day. He forgave me with a generous smile when I couldn't meet rent for 2 months, but his understanding of juvenility turned into clamorous demands once he noticed my overdue rent would continue to grow for another month or two. I could use some cash. I keep writing and erasing text messages. Living in a rural area, my parents don't know how pricey things are in the big city. They think I've taken a midnight shift to make myself some extra money, but they don't know how hard it is to cover the gas, water, and electric bills for my cramped lodging, on top of food, travel, and all the other little things. They were reassured by their son that his academic excellence as the top of his class would put him and his family on the road to luxury, but they didn't know that I applied for a lesser university to secure scholarships. They don't know that I had to take a semester off to make a living, or that I was busy flying from table to table serving customers at a barbecue restaurant while others were busy flying in and out of the country, building international experience and studying abroad. Flying in and out of the country? I wanted to know where it all went wrong, but with everything taken together, there's only one conclusion to make. I was the one who tried and failed to qualify for the jobs. It must have been my lack of effort that got me rejected. If only I had slept just a little less than I did. If only I had bought one fewer piece of clothing. If only I hadn't gotten my hands on different food because I got sick of instant ramen. If only I didn't have to study less and work more to make up for the hole it made in my balance. If only I didn't let temptation get the better of me. Because I wasn't good enough. I wasn't trying hard enough. I stepped outside to get some fresh air and gazed at the sky. When I was asked one time what kind of person I desired to be as a kid during a job interview, I'd wanted to say, I wished I could be rich enough to take a hot bath in winter. That was enough for me. The interviewer didn't seem to agree, though. I should get another job. I'll get up at 4 every morning. I ran my fingers looking up job openings on my phone. Looking for gym receptionist. My eyes got a good enough offer. You can't find a part-time job that pays this much for these hours anywhere. Might even find time to study during the shift if I asked the owner nicely. I was immersed in such thoughts under the blazing sunlight. Yeah! Is this seriously fucking 9/11? Oh, thank God. Wait. Yeah, I thought so. I was like, the moment I heard country and international, I'm like, wait a second, this ain't right. This ain't the right terminology. I might have been too caught up in my thoughts to notice the terrified screams of people fleeing in chaos. I thought that the shadow cast over me was a cloud or something. It was a particularly large and dark shadow, but I didn't find it strange. When I looked up again, the plane came into my sight. It was flying far lower than usual. It looked as if it was about to plunge to the ground. Ah. I couldn't seem to recall the last time I saw that thing called an airplane fly above the city. More importantly, I can't tell for sure if I knew what an airplane was in the first place. Where am I, anyway? What district of the city did I think I was in? A wave of nausea rises in me as the strangeness of myself existing in this foreign place, as if I always belonged here, becomes apparent. But all that confusion is useless now. Try as I might, there's no way I can outrun that massive bird of steel. I can tell from this feeling, it's a race I'm doomed to lose. Much like my struggle against poverty. In the end, I can't escape the explosion that the plane will cause, crashing into the street. All because I was too slow. I was too incapable. Should have taken out life insurance. When I came home every winter, I would see my father's back as he carried the cauldron of water he boiled with our barely functioning gas stove. That was the last image that flashed in my mind. In a blow of hot wind, everything went dark. Before I could realize that my eyes come into contact with yet another eye, and the world shimmers once again. I had a conversation with someone once. Where they, without a hint of irony, suggested that 9/11 was an incident that only affected America. It's like... how charmed a life must one live to think that a terrorist attack in the United States was gonna be just another incident that wouldn't have any repercussions. Next up is a genuine article presented by Master Garnet himself. An orange gemstone processed out of carnelian, a subject procured from an orphanage in District 22. A voice coming from the side opened my eyes. An orphanage? Carnelian was a shy kid who would only nod or shake hands instead of speaking up. Or shake heads, rather. But when we were alone, I was taught how to whistle with grace. I take a moment to examine myself. I'm wearing clothes only members of the ring wear. Next to me is an auctioneer, excitedly following raised hands and chanting bids. I am at a gallery's auction. There, we have 3 million on. The gentleman over there put up 4 million. Yes, we're now at 5 million. Will anyone give me more? And there we have it. A deal at 5 million on. Congratulations. The strike of the gavel brought me back to reality. I could finally take a close look at the item placed at the auctioneer's side. You are gems, and you must discover that you will possess unparalleled beauty if you keep cutting and polishing yourselves. I was reminded of the lesson my teacher would preach time and time again. Teacher? Have I been to a seminar at one of the galleries? The word should have been well known to me, but it's bothering that it occurred to me in an unfamiliar scene. That mattered little, though, compared to this jewel before my eyes. So beautiful. The gemstone glistened with a brilliant red hue reminiscent of sunset. My eyes filled with the ecstatic delight upon beholding its luster. The mystifying and magnificent color is exhibited only by trapping the rough gem in an extreme heat and pressure, until every aspect they possess has been compressed into a single point. I can picture the process vividly in my head. I can almost sense the aesthetics of cruelty at the center of the precious stone. I want to see more. What splendor of a gem of greater size show me? Now that I think about it, a friend by the name of Aqua had clear blue eyes resembling an ocean vibrant with life. If I can have a gem holding that color, if there's a way to make it. No. I shook my head in the immediate denial of the thought I just had, but it was no use. There was no hiding that I had considered how to process my friends into luxury items just seconds ago, as if I was willing to carry it out as soon as I had the method. That in turn makes me wonder how I came up with the idea of processing friends. Have I ever had a friend named Aqua? Or that, I can't be sure if I ever had friends at all. Nothing is clear. Am I suffering from some kind of hallucination? Blurry memories of unknown origins are trying to obstruct my vision and judgment. Huh. I could no longer find the reason for the tears that were flowing from my eyes. Ah, of course, it would seem Master Garnet has been touched with the recognition of the true value of his artwork. The auctioneer glamorized my tears as the signs of overflowing gratitude shed by a moved artist. As revolting as it is, I can't say that it's wrong. I adored this gem more than anyone, yet I loathed it at the same time. Why? Why? Why do I loathe this beautiful yet melancholic piece of work? Melancholic? What about this gem evokes such a feeling in me? Wasn't processing a friend the most rapturous part of making jewelry? No, that is no friend. It's a gem. An uncut gem. Why are these odd memories invading my mind? Keep it together, Maestro. Before I knew it, the crowd murmurs, applauds, and all the other noises tormenting my ears ceased. Eyes send a piercing glare toward me from the cracked window. Pointing hands extend from sleeves belonging to different clothes, and mouths move in unison to speak one word. Garnet. I stumbled, trying to regain my balance. The lab was in my sight again. I felt as if only a fraction of a second had passed, but simultaneously I felt like I had just gone through multitudes of decades in different lives. The tubes have gone quiet. Not a voice is heard. I peek into the machines to find out the truth behind this stillness. Inside, I find friends wrapped in some sort of translucent membrane, twitching irregularly. They were curled up like fetuses waiting to be birthed anew, rejecting all interference, yearning to return to that primal state. Just as I was overcome with vertigo and sickness, the world shifted yet again. A foul performance relentlessly stabs me. Thousands of notes penetrate the body, echoing through the whole nest. All city dwellers stand in place, taking in the tidal waves of music. Holy shit! Is this what Roland saw? Oh my fucking god! Burning anguish swells in my heart. It's too hot for me to try and hold it. What lies before my eyes is beyond all belief. It hurts to look. Perhaps this is the kind of occasion that brings a person to bloody tears. Why do I have to be robbed of my mundane happiness the instant I find it? Why was the Pajon I bought crispier than ever today? Sorry, Lapis. I was too late. I remember you saying that you were a fan of the streets of music, so it'd be okay. This tragedy could have been avoided had I found a way for us to move into a nest. The piano had long since ceased, but its sound still stings me. Maybe the performance has never ended in my heart. I'm going to live the rest of my life in regret for this moment, staring at you in helplessness, having become part of the performance, drenched in notes of blood raining from above. This silence, this hell. My knees dropped to the ground, my legs fully bent. It didn't hurt. I am once again touching the cold floor of the laboratory. Dozens of worlds come crashing in, then sweep away in waves. In one instant, I was a fixture at the streetlight office who had just lost his coworker. In another, I was the director of the Shi Association sending its fixers to doom. I was a poverty-stricken job seeker in an unrecognizable metropolis, a maestro of the ring, absorbed in beauty, a fixer who faced the tragic loss of his whole family. The despair all my selves carried was unbearably torturous, and I felt the urge to turn my eyes away from everything and take refuge at the edge of the world. But that wasn't me. There's still too much that remains for me to neglect and hide from. Even though the memories I experienced were harrowing, the pain I felt was proof of the love I held. I see that even if all is fated to disappear without a trace one day, there are so many things that shine while the moment is in your hands. That crossing this vast, harsh wilderness is not an insufferable task thanks to the patches of flowers I find along the way. That was a sense my friends deserved to perceive. They were not meant to be forsaken to such a fate in a place like this. Oh, okay, he's Kevin loving it up. What do you call this? The Black Maya Silence Throw Lulunet Jin. Splendid, simply splendid, Garnet. Your sanity is intact at such a high refraction rate. I heard Jimson's voice through the window. I must pull Mr. Shroud out of his chamber and put you in there. You were the brightest gem all along. That mesmerized look I'm sure I had at one point in one reflection is severely repulsive. That was the most disgusting pair of eyes out of all those refracted that I saw over the window. I've seen many pitiable, desolate, and sorrowful eyes up to now, but that was the one I couldn't stand. Even a minute's brush of eye contact could engulf me in an uncontrollable fury. The experimental data is almost complete. Just a tiny bit more and I can perfect it all. The glass window. So remember, engrave those moments in my memory. My pain will be forged into a knife that will cut through your heart. My own guilt combined with the guilt pouring in from my friends laid inside the machines. When I find the determination to keep these feelings with me, rather than try to shake them off, I realize now that although my body is in complete disorder, my mind is able to confront it directly. You. And now I declare, adjusting my halved, crumpled mask, feeling the silence that has shrouded me in darkness radiate outward. You'll die by my hands, in the most painful way imaginable. And with that, it's time for another 10 roll! Woo! We're at fucking hard pity. Ego this full. There's literally no fucking choice. Alright. 3, 2, 1. It's ass. Oh! So, what now? What ego do you recommend I get? They're all strong. Well, I'm about to get the Honglu ego. The fucking dragon one. If I remember correctly, tomorrow I'm getting a Season 1 guaranteed ticket that you told me to leave aside for Fluid Sack. So Faust will have one. So perhaps I should get the Gregor one. Just so, you know, they have something. Honglu doesn't have competition?
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
Hard pity! Yeah, what about this ego? I got the Hong Lu for it, right? The Nav doesn't own the same slot. Sure, but I mean, like, why would I not use this over anything else when I have the fucking Hong Lu? The most fucking ridiculous Hong Lu I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Use both ego passive stack. Eh. It's fine. Have to use the end multiple times. Sure, but I'm happy to just use it once, right? Anyway, the ad's about to play, and then we'll read more Leviathan. We got 5 chapters left. Huh. That's pretty good. Alright, well, back to reading. I accidentally buffed its ego. Oops. And this is the last of the officially translated chapters. Oh, this is cursed. The fucking font got smaller and there's less fucking word spacing. As I thought, Young Ji was right. Someone in a lab coat entered and broke the silence. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Someone in a lab coat entered and broke the silence. Nanciel made way for the scientist. It was a familiar face, the same person overseeing the experiment alongside Jumsun and operating the machines in the footage that Rikako showed me. Judging from his indifference, I suspect Nanciel snuck that man in when he and Rikako first infiltrated the place. That result is a first season for you, isn't it, Asaya? Jumsun takes a step back so the man she called Asaya can speak freely. His eyes seemed to be locked on something far beyond his surroundings. It was as if he deemed the incapacitated ring underlings of Rikako's body lying on the floor unworthy of his gaze. It appeared as though Asaya was observing me through the glass wall all this time. The glass window is a technology that can superimpose worlds upon each other, albeit in a blurry state. Even though it's not as stable as the mirror, it is capable of superposing a larger number of worlds. His eyes carefully examined my body in detail, scanning through my limbs that had taken different forms, going from the left arm to the right, then my torso, the left and right leg, tracing over like a slithering snake. And most of all, the curious stare of his emotionless eyes eventually met mine and stopped there. More precisely, he was seeing the eyes of many different garnets layered over them. Oh. I could see an exotic sparkle in his eyes. I'm amazed by that man's ability to bear it all. Of course he can. He's a gem discovered by yours truly. Emotions flooding in from all manner of worlds must be fighting for control as we speak. Yet he is able to stand his ground without being swept away. His assessment of my current state was accurate. As he put it, my mind was being fractured into pieces, various pain-filled sounds echoing within. Pleased to look at my scars, pleased to see my suffering, raging, crying, screaming in resentment of my adversary, myself, or the world as a whole. Different though they are in approach, all the instances of pain are equal in pitch. With each blink of an eye, I had to withstand moments that removed me from my own self to return here. Asaya nods in marvel. Ah, so you have learned to maintain the focus. I looked up at him. That's why you were able to keep your mind as your own, despite embracing so many pains that not a trace of your original exterior remains. There are still foggy spots here and there, but those can be clarified with no problem. And then, once I do... Unable to contain his thrill, he gapes wide. Ultimately, it could become a singularity to surpass the mirror of my friend Yi-sang's creation. All it took was curving the refraction rate slightly, and the things it achieved. Refraction rate. I've heard that term before. In Lapis's footage, Jimson ordered researchers to raise it for far past the normal amount, and as that scientist did as she told, in spite of the concerns that he raised. Consequently, the children shattered miserably. A higher refraction rate means you yield more of your heart to the glass window, but it allows for more panes of glass to stack. You can only be successful if you master the delicate act of perishing your heart without killing it. Like you are doing right now. Meaning the kids who had regressed into cocoon forms were faced with as many, or perhaps thousands more worlds of their reflected selves as I did, and could it withstand it. Now tell me, little gem, how were you able to achieve it without any prior experience? I beg you, young friend. This has the potential to be greater than mirror technology. My glass window can rise above all its competitors of the same nature. Let's put aside rubbish like the water or the puddle. Such luck-dependent things aren't worthy of being considered scientific. Such passion. It really was worth risking Encorp's pursuit to bring you here, Asaya. Jumsun says, making satisfied eyes at Asaya, and all of this disgusts me to the core. Simple. So I decided to give him a piece of insight they seek so dearly. Mustering the strength to get this choked voice out of my throat. I have... What did you say, Garnet? Did the red gaze hand something over to you? Jumsun approaches the glass wall to hear me better, to observe me closely for any precious techniques Mr. Virgilius might have granted me. What did she expect? Of course I wouldn't possess anything impressive like that. Though he gave me his gladius and coat, I am no longer using either of them. Only... if I had to name the reason why I can bear the crushing weight of countless glass windows, I am going back with them. It's faith. Faith that I'll save Lapis and my friends, and return to the office with Mr. Virgilius. It will keep me secure to the end of my rope. These kids will break free from their cocoons and come back to us. Lapis may be enduring immense pain somewhere here, but she won't let go of the thread of hope. A massive lance, handcrafted by Alice Workshop's Meisters, falls into my right hand. In the world where I was a color, I knew how to wield that workshop's weapons. After. The memory vividly imprinted upon each fiber of my muscles shaped my posture into the ideal javelin thrower's stance. I kill you. Creating an explosive shockwave thrashing the eardrums, I outstretched my arm in Jumsun's direction. The lance crashes right in the middle of the glass wall. Jumsun's brows flinched in response. The wall began to crack around the workshop weapon and fell to bits with a loud crackle. This is rather surprising. This glass can't be damaged with most weapons. I could see Jumsun's face between the falling shards. Mild surprise is all you would show. You have no idea how clear and unshakable this faith sustaining me is. You couldn't imagine what it's like when you've lived a life of greed. But my faith is fervent, aflame. With the lance now departed, a bat is in my hands. Its heat burns my palms red, sending a wave of searing pain through the skin. But I soon realized that the scorching sensation came from the burn in my heart, not my hands. This mark was left when I lost what was precious to me, and it ached as I looked to the quietly flickering streetlight. Then, a spark flown from the fiery anguish landed on me. Layers of sorrow gently pile up, adding weight to the heap. Though my mind had wavered, I was able to handle it. That weighty pile of sorrow turns into anger. Speak. My body was propelled to Jumsun's vicinity in an instant. Speak, damn you! The flaming bat whistles towards Jumsun's head. The sound of rushing wind and crackling fire follow after a short interval. Jumsun turns to the side to dodge, but I won't give her room to breathe. The bat is swung left, right, and then in a circle before flying downward. Yet Jumsun evades it all with ease. Only a lingering trail of flame remains in the space. I can't allow her any quarter. If this weapon won't work... I firmly planted my left leg on the floor, lifting my right leg to swing at Jumsun. The Maestro's outfit has a flexibility-enhancing material weaved into it. It allows me to deliver a more powerful kick. It was wisdom I earned through Maestro Garnet's window. Tell me how to bring them back to normal! The roundhouse kick caught her by surprise. The reaction wasn't fast enough to get it out of its way. The tip of my foot grazed her side, causing her to stumble. Still, the cocoons. It didn't seem to have left a good impact. She slows and turns her eye to the squirming kids inside the machines again. I am overcome with unpleasant and appalling emotions. However, now is the time to suppress them. What are... I close my eyes and reach for the stillness in the dark. Then I find a red line and grasp it. When I opened my eyes, a red sword was gripped in my right hand. The blade slashed at Jumsoon like a gale, leaving a crimson trace. I attacked with the intention to behead her, but she regained her balance quickly. And definitely slipped away from the wall, but I won't miss her this time. I can't believe he landed the thing that I couldn't. The fucking boundary of death. The sword's direction shifted in a quick twist and headed for Jimsoon's left shoulder. The sturdiness and flexibility of the maestro's outfit meant a sudden slash like this was unlikely to cut through, but in the world where I was the director of an association, I never once failed to slay a target with whom I made contact. An arm lopped off with its shoulder tumbled to the floor. Will you open up after I take your other arm? I was surprised by the way I spoke. I never thought I was capable of saying things like this. Threats or intimidation were usually a job for experienced fixers like Rikako or Denver. However, once I gave a lashing from my own tongue, I could see that it was another part of the struggle to stay alive. It wasn't a boastful display of the expertise or the symptom of a cold and uncaring heart. To tell you the truth, those cocoons are new to me too. Even though she had just lost an arm, Jimsoon's face still maintains an arrogant composure. It doesn't change that she's at a disadvantage, that much was clear. The tide of the battle should have turned in my favor with this. She has to be barely keeping herself up from the amount of blood she's losing. But Jimsoon's gleeful smile won't leave her face. My dear Garnet, I'm sorry to disappoint your desperation, but it's hard not to divert my attention to those curiosities. Don't be ridiculous! Who else could have... At some point, Asaya interrupted the conversation and began talking. It was in complete disregard of the fight that was taking place, or even the possibility that the sword I'm wielding or the other weapons in the scene might be pointed at him any moment. He continues to talk as if such fears were redundant. At some point, crystalloid or ovoid transformations such as these began occurring on rare occasions after a failed test. Previously, all the failed subjects would do is shatter to pieces. What are you... It started happening around second passing of the White Knights, presumably. What is intriguing is that natural occurrences of this phenomenon have also been reported completely unrelated to our experiments. Couldn't understand. You didn't make them that way on purpose? Me? For what? Oh, Garnet. Why would we ever partake in the worthless endeavor of encasing precious raw stones in those fleshy sacks? But then, those cocoons... I've yet to hear of any cases where subjects went back to their pre-cocoon state. While there have been attempts to forcibly open the chrysalids, the results were rather abysmal. They seem to undergo a mutation of sorts once cocooned. What? Why are you so apathetic about it? Are you saying those kids have no way to go back to normal? Well, it is what it is. You never know. The metamorphoses might yield even more valuable gems. You mean there really is no way to turn them back? Is that right? No. Can't be. Whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes to turn them back! Uh-oh. I embrace silence. In my hand, it's a revolver. Like a skilled hunter, I have complete mastery of this weapon I've never used before. I pull the trigger without cocking the hammer to fire 6 shots. 2 of them manage to land on Jumsoon's upper body, but they fail to penetrate the clothing and bounce off as crumpled nuggets of lead. I push the cylinder outward to expel the spent casings. My other hand reaches for my waist, only to notice that I have no reserve ammo. The gun, having outlived its usefulness, is tossed to Jumsoon. I see the lance I threw at the glass wall now stuck on the floor. There was no need to think about what to do. I thrust it deep in my enemy's direction. He dodged? No, I won't let her again. A huge hammer is placed in my hands, and it ruthlessly slams... Is he Furiosoing? And ruthlessly slams to the ground where Jumsoon would have moved. He steps back. Then the longsword should do it. A blade much taller than my height draws a large arc along the horizon, cutting across the hammer and the lance lodged in the floor. More. I still need more. A manga dagger in my right hand, an Alice gauntlet in my left. I leap forward to see Jumsun's infuriating mug, still showing no signs of panic. I jab a plate of steel into it and strike forth an edge of wrought iron, but she evades them all. She dodges them all. That slimy crook won't let me hit her once. Why? I should have mastered these weapons, but it feels like my body can't replicate half of my knowledge. I can't stop here. I fling the dagger, aiming for her heart. Alas, it's blocked by Jumsun's weapon, held with her one arm. I'll need something more effective. Something other than the ones I've dropped on the ground. Now I hold a heavy mace. I viciously swing it to drive Jumsun into a corner where she can't escape. She's cornered without a doubt. Though I haven't managed to land a clean hit on or make her visibly tense, that won't go on for long. The shotgun will do well against a corner target. A curtain of black and white projectiles shower Jimson's body. Pellets, slugs, occasional flashes and flames. After emptying the barrel, I toss the shotgun away and summon the greatsword, striking downward from head to toe. Silver casings roll around the floor along with empty shells. The smell of gunpowder rising from the spent ammo blends with the dust from broken tiles and walls, filling the room with odor. My last weapon will be Durandal. It will be her death sentence. With this one final blow, I will end Jumsun's life. Alas. And then what? What's the point when it won't bring Lapis back? Suddenly, a mournful question rings in my mind. Lapis, she who was reduced to piano notes and scattered in the wind. The woman who will no longer turn up even if I wait day and night. The woman who is gone and in every sense, leaving not a gentle breeze as she passed. The rest of my life will be shrouded in horrible darkness. Nothing will console me. In my world gone forever pitch black. Sorrow will be the one thing staring straight into me. So it will be all the same, even if I break the string of wrath before my eyes. Nothing will change for me, even if I brandish my sword for a better tomorrow, for you are trapped in the past, unable to join me in the present. No matter how far I go, all that awaits will be graves. The Randall didn't come. And at last, as those shells are being taken off, I return to the man I originally was. The air around me wavers with the heat leaving my body. While I kept pulling out weapons to attack with, the burden on my heart grew, and eventually the reflections fell off layer after layer. Ah. Done already? Seeing me stop dead in my tracks, Jumsun raises her weapon with one arm. All that onslaught was for naught. I was helpless against her assault, having lost the strength to fight back. What I need is that brain of yours. I promise to show you even more worlds to the reflections. I hope you don't mind, my garnet. I thought I could get back to my feet, but it was no use. My legs were sprawled on the other side of the room, broken and tattered. The lids of laboratory pods opened one by one, letting out shrieks. I dragged myself along the floor with my hands to take a closer look. Oh no! So, you wonder where Pikachu came from? I've been killing children. What emerged from the cocoons were neither butterflies nor friends. They were things, doing nothing other than screaming, crawling. One after another, things unknown to me were escaping the machines. Everything crashed to an end. Those beings, crying in an unrecognizable language, had not an ounce of possible humanity left in them. I get the feeling that I've been through this before. At least, a darkly stained garnet behind one of the windows has. The inability to do anything, an endless despair. Overwhelmed by that emotion, I retreated inwards. I was subject to constant pressure. The weight of cumulus glass panes finally sinks in. Curses screamed by my cells from numerous worlds pressed down on me all at once. Bent, shrunk, and warped was my mind, having nowhere to fall back. I want to regress back into the void where I would feel nothing. Tack. I'm reminded of that rainy day. Feelings rise up against my will like dead fish floating to the surface, belly up. Of course, that unwillingness had long diminished. Tack. Creepy and foul music enveloping the city passes my eardrums and drops off into my heart with such force that it could erode. Tack. The suffocating emotions I felt that day constantly strangle me. My friends hid into cocoons. I want to hide as they did. Tack. But then they crawl out. What emerged were indescribable beings. Friends. Clunk. Sorry, everyone. I was too late. Let's stop here. I think it's enough. No, guard it! This can't be! How could this be? Shouts coming from outside grow faint. I slowly close my eyes, hoping they won't open again. Why must you of all gems go inside a cocoon? I hope no one comes looking for me. This will be a comfort I won't give up. Seiya, explain to me! Just what is this cocoon, and why does it have to ruin our experiments? It was so simple after all. It was as simple as abandoning myself. There was nothing more to it than closing my eyes and leaving my body for hungered sins to feast on. Like that, I curled up in a tiny little world, and inside I faced the fires of guilt extending an arm to shake my hand. And with that, it's time for another 10 pull! What do you think, Coward? We gotta keep pulling for egos, right? We gotta try for command. Fucking kill me. Fucking hell. Hi everyone! Let's go gambling! 3, 2, 1! Are you fucking serious right now?
아, 비웃지 마세요. 저도 좋아서 이딴 걸 입었겠어요?
Holy shit! Hot glue Ishmael!
진호의 피로 점철한 넝마를 보고 손가락질하는가?
Oh!
어리석은 자들이로다. 지상 최고의 비극은 오직 나만이 통감할 수 있는 것을.
Well, I finally have a 000, but also no, I believe you. I believe this is a really strong sign. I think it's just really funny that I now also have the corresponding ego. So now I really commit to killing my friends. Lesson learned from Kanto 4. Kill your friends! So now I have 000 for every unit except for fucking Heathcliff. Fuck you, Heathcliff. Fuck you. Why do you have to give me your fucking ego? What the fuck, man? Vanity purposes. Fuck you, Heathcliff. Alright, I'm not gonna dwell on this. Instead, back to this. Yeah, 4 chapters left. 5, actually. Oh boy. And now I assume we're back to Virgil's perspective. Finding a way out of the corridor, overflowing with countless doors, was quite the arduous task. Here it is. Walking out the door, which opened soundlessly, I faced the nondescript hallway again. I wondered if Garnet had successfully found the laboratory and joined with the others. It was probably easy. It probably was easy since he was always brilliant at locating things. Also, Rikako and Nanto were carrying out the operation without any problems until just before entering the corridor. So if things went as expected, they should have secured the desired technologies by now, or even secured the children, which Garnet had been hoping for so badly. However, for some time now, a mysterious shadow has been hovering over my back. An insight that cannot be accurately explained, or a sixth sense. It would be no exaggeration to say that this prognostication has been the leading actor that guides me through my life as a fixer. The shadow that hung over me since I saw Lapis's image seemed to have become even heavier. At the office, I determined that the shadow was probably Garnet's. Even if I could not determine with certainty what or whose light had created the shadow, I could at least guess. Although the majority disagreed, it was ultimately for this reason that I took Garnet on its mission. If one were to think rationally, leaving Garnet at the office would have been more apt, wouldn't it? When against the ring, even more so. Garnet's experience is too lacking for him to fight even a lesser opponent head-on. That said, he is unskilled in hiding his emotions and deceiving his opponents. In fact, the opponent may even seize the opportunity to win by taking advantage of his emotions. Nevertheless, I've never been comfortable ignoring the sensation that wraps itself around me from the nape of my neck. It was as if something was on my shoulder, pointing out that I should go this way. An abominable but irresistible pressure. I call it flow. As I continued to live as a fixer, the pressure became stronger and clearer. Perhaps my accumulated experience overflows instinctively at times like these. I let Garnet ride on this flow. And now he's a fucking cocoon because of it. And now he cruised on the bursting stream, at least until a while ago. Come out. But this unwanted shadow that presses on my shoulders has now become a different flow. It is an unpleasant presence with a bloody taste and smell. Hi, Gubo. Oh fuck, I hit my fucking microphone. I quicken my pace. The identity of the shadow is not far away. I know where it's pointing towards. Aha! As expected, there was no use in trying to hide from you. Footsteps are heard in the hallway ahead. They aren't the footsteps of either Garnet, Rikako, or Nancio. Their owner is much taller than them. The footsteps try to somehow hide their anxiety. They are not sounds made by the shoes worn by the ring, a third party of unknown affiliation. However, his voice and bloody smell were very familiar. We've seen each other 3 times. We must be old acquaintances, no? It seems we have quite a connection. I believe he was Gubo from N-Corp. This was the person I saw at the gallery and at the auction house. Is he the new Flo? Need to investigate this sensation of mine more to see how it was led me this way. Your coat is covered in blood, no? Huh. You're correct. In order to come here, You killed them all. The auctioneer, the people in the hallway. Gubo raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled impishly. I thought you lowered your guard by pretending to be injured, but it seems that didn't work. I had a feeling some people were accompanying you. His smiling mouth was slanted, thin, and long. Well, in a battle, there are always losses. I was just lucky he didn't suffer any. He doesn't really look like it. His gloves are clean without a trace of battle, and his coat is stained with blood but does not appear to be torn or ripped in any way. He must be standing here in exchange for the lives of those who accompanied him. They fought while he hid himself. There was no other way to get in here. I didn't want to break any rules of the auction. You put me in a tight spot. He spoke in a very resentful tone. He seems to be referring to the last art piece, if you can call it that, for which we won the bidding and received Jumsun's invitation. Just before that, he had offered 10 billion on for it as if it were nothing. No one at the auction house was surprised to hear that amount, but perhaps he was planning to forge a connection with Jumsun through that huge deal. In addition, one could conclude that there was a fairly pressing reason for him to make a breakthrough with Jumsun, seeing as he was offering such a sum of money. Oh, I don't want to blame you. Don't misunderstand. The fact that he didn't raise an eyebrow despite raising a sum of money great enough to upset all those who'd enjoyed an upper-class lifestyle. The fact that he could smile unconcernedly despite having killed all the 20-plus people in the auction house. The emotional turmoil of fighting against the ring, including some of the cents, couldn't have been small at all. Even so, he's able to keep his composed expression and even joke about it. A feeling of insecurity, obsession, and a yearning can be seen reflected through it. Ha! Tiny baby man. He is a person willing to pay any price for the sake of his goal. He's constantly calculating ways to reach it, even if it means deferring the consequent emotions and conduct. So this is how this flow goes, huh? I suppose you showed yourself because you want something. Tell me what your original goal was. It would be wise to tell the truth. His glasses momentarily glint in the light. His expression shows I finally got through to him. Do you think I would have a reason to lie? The bloodstains harden on his glasses to make it appear as if their blood-red color is dwelling in his eyes. They've stolen a valuable asset. We just came to look for it. Ask for it back. He seems nonchalant, as if he had come to retrieve a tool he loaned, but I also sense a smoldering heat deep within. It doesn't seem to be a material asset. The image of the laboratory from the videotape flashed in my mind. What is that asset? I guess there's no good reason to dare hide from the Red Gaze. It's a researcher called a Seiya. It takes an extraordinary amount of gusto to steal a scientist who reports directly to a director, you know? It didn't seem to me like he was lying. He must have known exactly what would happen when a lie is exposed before me, and he must have calculated that it would be to his advantage to tell the truth. I, too, calculated the value of my next question. Which director of N-Corp? If he was a target of little value, killing him here and now wouldn't have been a problem. But an intriguing word came forth. The board of directors of N-Corp. Various personalities come to mind, but I'm not sure they strut around this much. Director Herman, perhaps. I'm surprised. It seems I shouldn't open my mouth so carelessly. If the Ring are those who believe only in what they see, then N-Corp is a company obsessed with being seen. Is it any wonder that their pursuits often overlap with those of the Ring? If Herman instructed this man to come in and retrieve the researcher, there is a high probability that he's involved with that lab. Garnet is going to love this. Meanwhile, Garnet... Are you trying to add a new feature to this? Are you trying to add a new feature to the suicide vending machine? Gubo's eyes narrow. It's difficult for me to say more. It seems you know that anyway. No matter how hard I tried to conceal it, I couldn't hide a momentary feeling of mine. That being relief. The suicide vending machine, one of the leading symbols of N-Corp, has received countless condemnations and amazements from other nests. But at the same time, it's an open fact that it is the main source of income and culture for N-Corp. It's impossible to estimate how many people move from their nest to N-Corp to use suicide vending machines. What a happy place to live in. It is still considered to be a unique structure only of N-Corp. I can pretend to know or not know what his ulterior motives are, but either way, this must be quite a difficult subject. Fucking Futurama-ass concept. I have revealed all that I can reveal about this. We have different reasons, but our destination is the same, so why not accompany each other? Although the subject matter was a proposal, it was practically a plea. He knew very well that if I didn't accompany him, there would be nothing waiting for him but death. I stared him down, uncaring. You're thinking about how to use me, aren't you? Wait now, you're thinking about how to use me, aren't you? He read my expression and promptly spoke up. This man is skilled in savvy thinking. He reads the situation and reacts swiftly based on the pieces he has on the table. Therefore, I decided to wait a little longer, until he shows me the last move he has. In that case, let me make another offer. I nodded, allowing him to continue. Isn't the purpose of your coming here, after all, also due to this glass technology being developed by the Ring? Because it seems that rumors are already circulating that a new singularity will be observed at the Ring. I replied neither in the affirmative nor the negative. I did so to make him believe he got it right. That technology... Wait. That technology... It's called glass? Correct. If all goes well, maybe as Saiyan, I can give you some of the materials that are produced by the apparatus. Now, isn't this enough to close our settlement? I think back to my memory of the videotape. With the cooperation of Asaya, who seemed to be overseeing the experiment, the necessary materials could be easily secured. That was the initial goal of our office. In addition, we could even account for the safe removal of the children from the experimental equipment. That'll make ends meet. Alright. Shall I accompany you? Very good. I can assure you the material's value. Just give me everything, and then destroy all that is left. Make it seem as if nothing ever existed here in the first place. For the first time, his face grew dark. I wondered if he would make a face like that once the math stopped adding up. Isn't that demand outrageous? What are we supposed to take back? Wasn't your corp's goal only to secure a say in the first place? The lateral seems to be what you desire. For someone who speaks so confidently, you seem to be empty-handed, don't you? He was very quick and deft with his hands, arming himself and closing the distance between us. A karambit, a weapon suitable for cutting, clawing, and ripping. Furthermore, if you put your finger in the loop on the end of the handle and grip it, you can prevent yourself from mistakenly letting go of the weapon. However, that would only happen if you can reach the enemy. As expected, Gubo's combat experience was not extensive enough to feign proficiency. Garnet wouldn't have fought like this, thrusting his weapon forward before even being near his opponent. The arm, thrust out unskillfully, was no different from an ingredient prepared for an easy cooking. And the joint, broke in as naturally as flowing water, eventually dropped its weapon to the floor. His pupils narrowed as if he hadn't calculated this scenario, or perhaps he was gasping in pain. So too did his throat as the space for breathing narrowed and became obstructed. It seems you may have been slightly mistaken in your calculation. I told Gubo as he looked back at me, his neck strangled by my right hand dangling in midair. The value of your suggestion is worth this much. I squeezed his throat a little tighter until it blocked the grunts he was barely able to spit out. Only enough for me to not put any more force. After a moment, I relaxed my hand and he falls to the floor, coughing violently. Your reckoning is cruel to the point of being tight-fisted, isn't it? It's the privilege of being a color. Only joking. Now then, you don't even know where the location of the laboratory is, and I'm quite sure the price of my guidance will be substantial. Gubo, who was stroking his neck and straightening his wrinkled collar, stared at me. You already knew? Yeah, so just follow me quietly. It would only be polite for those defeated in calculations to surrender. I'll do as you please. Only Maya and Gubo's footsteps echo in the corridor. There was no sign of anyone. Gubo tried to talk to me, perhaps not liking the atmosphere. Incidentally, did you let your colleague go to the lab first? That being the kid whose eyes went like saucers when I stayed in my mount? Yeah, he ought to be together with my officer's family. Family, eh? That sounds good. It's also a word that doesn't fit you terribly well. I was bothered by the fact he was acting like a know-it-all even though we had only just met, but I couldn't deny it. Family was not a word I typically used. Garnet or Yen, and occasionally Denver would use it in passing. Rikako said it was strange and showed some signs of displeasure, but soon got used to it, and Nancio would laugh quietly as usual. Sitting around the table and eating together every day, isn't that what family's all about? I recalled Garnet murmuring to a disapproving Rikako as I puffed up. Things I had casually passed by at the time began to sting and cling to me like a prick in my throat. Sometimes I suddenly remember things like this when I'm alone amidst the silence. Maybe I haven't yet been able to expel my emotions. Oh, I see we've arrived. We stopped in front of a door. Eyes, sculptures, and glass. I repeated in my mind the mental cipher Lan gave me. Then I pulled the handle, opening the door lightly. I see the hallway to the laboratory, and beyond it I see people lying on the floor, having breathed their last. They were at the ring. I felt relief for some reason. There could be no more certain proof that Garnet had found and entered the lab safely. I'm surprised to learn that kid had more basic skills than I'd expected. At first I wondered why you would bring here a naive little boy. Gubo pretended as if he was in marvel. I did not respond. There was no need to express my feelings. Indeed, I might have been in a hurry. And I also dimly realized that I get quite emotional when something involves Garnet. Maybe he realized it but pretended not to know. I had no idea how loose I might have gotten, given that I didn't hide the proud look on my face. However, I heard no sound where there should have been one. I'm sure I should be able to hear Garnet, Nancio's, and Rikako's voices here. Can you hear the crying? It's like... Soon Gubo's words stopped. Why did my flow always point to the wrong place? Why did the shadow always go towards the ruins instead of the peaceful valley beyond the mountains? But it was always in ruination where success was buried. Did I not move along with the shadow sitting on my shoulder, knowing it was towards ruin? Perhaps I thought it might have been different this time. That Garnet's shadow would never become this dark. Is that the family you mentioned? Cries were bubbling up in the laboratory. Abysses were crawling across the floor that could only be found in the outskirts and ruins. It would be better to give up mentioning them any further. And in the center of it all, there was a red jewel shining alone. Where have I seen this color before? Color that covers the sky when the sun sets over the mountains in the west. No, the color of a bruise on a shredded chest. No, it's the color of a fruit that ripened and ripened until it finally burst open. There lay Garnet. I knew it without gazing at it, without peering into it. That Garnet was in that gemstone of a color exceedingly similar to that of my name. I wonder if the unfathomable gravity I wondered if the unfathomable gravity pressing down on you was too much for you to handle. The faces of the children waiting for their parents at the orphanage suddenly came to mind. At some point, my flow stagnated. There was definitely a slow flow caught in my gaze. If I let that flow carry me along, I am sure I could have turned the city itself upside down. But I deliberately ignored that flow. Instead, I tried to accompany the dim flow that hung onto my shoulders and back. Because that flow was my flow, and I would have been able to control it. And because that slow but brightly colored flow and I were so different in nature, perhaps when I led that shadow toward the bright, it would be filled with light. That's what I thought. However, shadows are only black, and they can never shine white by any means. After all, shadows are created by blocking out light. Thus, this time, too, I arrived at a ruin, a corner of hell. And for the first time, I realized that the shadow on my back was pointing in the direction of a sluggish flow. Sorry. That if I went any further in the direction of this flow, I would never be able to return. I should stop. This is not a job of saving the children for Garnet's sake. I can't choose a flow any longer. I can only see myself getting swept away in them. Because of this life I've grown so accustomed to. Because I cannot ever break. I just can't. I can only watch the wailing reflected in front of me. Amidst the wailing, I could sometimes see it crumbling. My family's struggle. Gee, guys, I think I figured out why Virgilius has such a sunny disposition. There was a cry rising from within. The beginning of every human being is also a cry. Just as in the old tale that speaks of man's expulsion from paradise for committing the sin of coveting the forbidden fruit, mankind once again weeps as we are burdened with life. For the sin of bearing sin is too great. I gazed at the red jewel, or perhaps it's a red egg, standing before me. I thought of calling his name, but I immediately gave up, because I found my Gladius lying on the floor. Garnet never handled anything recklessly, maybe due to his years in the orphanage where the concept of ownership was vague, perhaps because he realized so early how to survive in the city. He even kept the wrapping paper from the gifts I gave him. That's why. I know the painful reason behind the Gladius laying on the ground. I lift the Gladius. The crawling whalers approach me. Among them, an unsightly flower-like thing ran towards me before the others. Gubo had taken out his karambit even before that thing reached me. Without thinking of the consequences, he thrust it right at me. I extended my hand to stop him. Don't forget your original purpose. Why? Gubo shrugs his shoulders after looking doubtful for a second and heads for the corner where the one called Asaya is. That thing comes near me in a panicked manner. It opened the gaping hole that seemed to function as its mouth, appearing unable to resist tasting anything it could fit in there. It seemed that it would continue roaming about the past, present, and future. I literally tried to pull weapon color twice! Twice! I could hear the clicking sound of its teeth, which are clustered in a thin layer. Surrounding the teeth is a bundle of threads clumped together like dandelion flower seeds. They are not pure white, but a gray that has forgotten sunlight. Perhaps these flower seeds will never soar through the wind. They are too heavy to fly away like cotton wool. However, if I cut it open with a gladius, they would easily disperse, but what use would I have for a decapitated head? Heightened thermogeneration. Heat increased to its utmost limits. When the temperature had reached the point of where smoke could be seen, I inserted the scorching iron blade into its mouth. As if waiting for it, countless fangs rushed towards my hand. However, not even the very tip of a single tooth reached me. A strange moaning sounded simultaneously to the searing of the heat, and a terrible burning smell spread. The red-hot gladius appeared to have sealed the mouth of this greedy one. Yet the eyes of this thing still looked directly at me, and its mouth, which refused to close, constantly prodded at me. This thing doesn't know how to give up. It has no patience. It's filled only with a desire to chew and swallow. As I pull out my gladius, a bloody sensation fills my head. My vision is disturbed by the cries and memories of the past rushing between the cracks. When one lusts insatiably after riches, nothing will ever suffice. Denver was the first among us to realize that fact. After many nights of extreme hunger to the point of fainting, Denver had become a voracious whirlwind. Driven only by a desire, she leaped forward, unconcerned if it caused all the road she traversed to crumble. Such feelings of self-pity had pushed her to the garbage dump, along with the chicken bone fragments that had one day been her meals. I'm not so different. No. Perhaps I was even more miserable. For the sake of the children in the orphanage, to protect the office, to endure on my own. I repeated numerous excuses as my reasons and turning points, but I, and her too, simply wanted to catch something and eat it whole to make us feel alive. We were all hungry. We were too busy forcefully trying to satisfy our desires, sinking our teeth into somebody's flesh, consuming it without being able to digest it properly. I am no different than I was then. I peeled off a piece of flesh entangled in the gladius. The red gaze! You don't seem to know, don't you? I looked toward the voice I heard and see Jumsoon gasping, barely able to stand. Wounds could be seen all over his body. Was he pressured into a struggle during his fight with Garnet? Or did the crawling whale stubbornly cling to him? This thing's true identity. Shall I tell you what it is? I silently approached Jumsoon. It was all too obvious that he was anticipating me. His eyes watched to see if I would fall to my knees in anguish of the face of despair. However, another whaler tried to close the gap. I twist the handle and make the blade burn hot red. It has several feet attached to it, bare feet. They're completely swollen as if it had wandered from place to place. On its feet, an unusual piece of cloth clings to them. It's a fabric with a jumble of blue and black patterns. I'd seen that before. I'd seen a child in the orphanage wearing it to hide a large scar on her ankle caused by broken glass. It belonged to a certain child from the orphanage. With displeasure, I am reminded of that day. There was one day that children always waited for with bated breath. On that day, they were lavished with gifts and blessings simply because they were children. On the day before it, the children were unable to sleep properly. I always wondered if the weight of the anticipation was tacked onto me. The weight of the massive packages I held with both hands never felt particularly bad. Garnet later told me that the reason the kids waited so impatiently was not to receive their presents, but to see me become particularly generous with my laughter on that one day. When I realized why their faces would become so bright as they looked into my eyes, to the point of forgetting to put on their shoes, I couldn't help but truly smile. Still, I wondered if this place was where those feet, determined to reach the end of the line, finally stopped. The feet ran into my body with all of their strength, unconcerned if its flesh would be slashed here and there due to the impact, or if its trunk would become inflamed. Its soul-perfect eyes stared at me. It doesn't resemble the look of that day. Except it does. But I don't want to say it does. It must not be tainted by this new flow. I avoid its gaze and slit its many ankles. The blood loss, stopped by the cauterization, doesn't lead to its death. Instead, it slumps down and cowers, yet it never stops crawling, so it can reach me. Its cries echo throughout the room, and the lumps of flesh writhe senselessly. A warm, raw feeling travels down my fingertips. This time, too, the cries pushed me far, far into the past. On my first visit to the orphanage, I was still hesitant, and then one of the children suddenly came up to me and grabbed my hand. Wow, mister, your hand is so rough! The tiny palm touched the back of my hand without any hesitation. Although it was covered with blisters, the soft warmth that showered my hand was exceedingly warm. That was when I recognized how much I missed that warmth. I wanted to huddle together and dwell on that warmth all the time, even if I knew that was nothing more than deception and hypocrisy. Why? Oh, wait, why? I didn't need to open my mouth to reply, for Jumsoon had already seemed to know the answer. Jumsoon backed away as if he didn't anticipate it. Why? You already knew the truth. Did he want to ask me how I could stay so calm? I was under no obligation to answer, so I kept my mind silent. This is rather nice, isn't it? The red gaze. It's because of that unexpectedness that you're so fun. Jumsoon continues to yell. Asaya! Gather all rift generators around me. You must concentrate them all on me. He shouted at Seiya, his face contorted in a strange, eerie way. Will you be able to stand it? If I can't bear it, would it even matter? Increase the refraction index to the same level as before. No. Turn it up to the maximum. Jimsun yelled loudly, perhaps in a hurry. Or maybe it was a cry of ecstasy. In that case, the rifts in the glass windows would reach an absurd reading. If that kid was accepted, why couldn't I? And aren't you hoping for that deep inside? To see what will happen to me? It would be hard to deny. Next to Seiya, Guba was also looking at Jimsun with an intrigued face. It wasn't the kind of expression one would expect when faced with an enemy. They all looked the same. He took a step forward, feeling a strange discomfort. At that moment, I felt something shimmering and looking around this area to see all the reflectors attached to the top of the experimental tubes facing towards Jimsun. I couldn't see it, but it felt like something was shining intensely down on me. In that strange light, Jimsun looked like he was ushering in pure joy and happiness. This expression did not change even as a thick, taut shell emerging from who knows where enveloped him. As I was bewildered, carelessly unable to move, another crying voice initiated its approach. The water in its transparent torso was making a sloshing sound. It seemed that the only course it could take was to sink into the mire after having given up on flowing. However, it seems to have difficulty controlling its sinking, spitting out the water in its lungs. The water comes rushing out to the floor as if sighing. I burned its mouth shut. Now it can't spit out anything anymore. A damp sensation coils around my body. Memories of bygone days, similar to before, come flooding in, undulating like waves. I spent a lot of time alone. Being a fixer is akin to building a wall brick by brick. Ads! It's a lot to take in. A lot. Are we free? We're free? Okay, cool. I was outside of Mirror Dungeon. I spent a lot of time alone. Being a fixer is akin to building a wall brick by brick, all the while trying to rise above it all on your own. In the end, when the day comes when you'll have no option but to become a pawn in somebody else's schemes, there will be no one willing to take your back. That's why you have to build a wall by yourself. For that reason, I often had to close my mouth, eyes, and ears. I saw no need to cast a personal gaze on a world where ill fates are overlooked. I didn't want to put my heart into something that could crumble at any moment. And so I sank. Perhaps the only thing that stopped me from drowning was Lapis' sudden visit to the orphanage. When my mind regained its senses, Jimsun's egg-like form began to wriggle and change into something else. The indigo eggshell twisted and swelled here and there, gradually taking on a human shape. The shell grew hard, tiny white scales covered by numerous dots of the same color and eggshell. Then, a slimy thick tail sprouted out of his lower back, completing the guise. A speckled foot crushed the thing in front of me. Pouring out of it, together with the water, was a hairband outfitted with a cherry fruit ornament. Suddenly, I feel something cold around my face and neck. Water droplets come forth, fall into the floor. They weren't intense like the ones that dangled around Garnet's eyes. There was no sobbing, only a constant stream of light rain. The husk that had encased Jumsoon is hanging onto the machinery. An indigo blue shell. Jumsoon had broken up from within and had now begun to step forward, step by step. That's a distortion! So are the Pikachu like pseudo-distortions? The body was speckled with countless dots. In the eyes that glazed over and the tongue that flicked around arrogantly, even his internal organs were covered with them. I don't think I've ever seen anything so strange. What happened? Pikachu, or what happened when someone isn't strong enough to distort or gain ego? I wonder how Carmen feels about that. The universe conceived me once more. A simple question clashes with an incomprehensible answer. Jumsoon walks. Beneath his steps, a black puddle forms in the shape of a dot. It wasn't like the spreading of ink nor the adhesion of paint, but as if the dot was engraved onto the floor. As soon as one of the crying voices grazed one of the dots, it instantaneously burst open. Does the body explode when it touches these dots? It was only for a moment, but I believe I saw its body become covered by dots akin to someone with a nettle rash. Either way, he'd probably be unable to finish a single word of warning if he touched them. Furthermore, I proclaim that only I can expand the universe in pursuit of beauty. Jumsoon's arm drew near me in the blink of an eye. Still, I reflexively thrust out the gladius in an attempt to lop it off. Surely for Jumsoon, this struggle against me was his very first. However, he was already used to it. He seemed to have become acquainted with my method of attack quickly. Even if he understood it beforehand, he moved as if he saw my attacks firsthand. It has been a few minutes lifted with several skirmishes. I realized that the sensation was not just a coincidence. I chose to switch from slashing to piercing during our engagement. As I focused on aiming at his vital points, I supplemented my attacks with the use of Shin. However, Jumsoon once again grasped the essence of my piercing attacks and immediately countered them. 34 times. That was the number of times I died when you pierced me here in the artery. Jumsoon said so as he pointed at his chest. There laid a big dot in its center. That was one of the areas I was focusing on. It's the most essential vital point, which leads to death in seconds once hit. 46 times. That was the number of times I died when you pierced me here. Jumsoon pointed at his neck. And as soon as I tried to maintain distance between us, you would throw your sword with a ring of light right here. Jumsoon pointed to a spot near his thigh. He listed every vital point in the order I preferred to aim at them. If my attack against the heart is blocked, I would go for the external carotid artery that passes through the throat. And if that is impossible, then I would follow with a slash with a large posterior tibial artery in the thigh. If all these attacks are prevented, I have no choice but to continue close quarters combat, I wait for an opportunity to hit the wrist radial artery. Of course, I'm sure this is the first time I fought against this person. Yet his actions and words. Do you see? All of these moments are displayed throughout my body. The hues of several worlds have filled me with experience. Jumsoon spoke in a composed voice as he swung his leg. The unexpected trajectory allowed for his leg to lightly scratch my left arm. Then the dots on Jumsoon's body spread throughout my body. I had expected an explosion, but... You there! In my field of vision, Lapis was there. My back was bleeding before I knew it. There was a thin knife stuck in it that Lapis must have stabbed me with just now. That kid must have appeared. The kid always appeared unnoticed when I would deliver the presents with a merry smile and candy in her mouth. At those times, she would always write something ridiculous on a piece of paper and stick it on my back. Now that had become a sharp weapon. Why did you do that? The officer's question pierced through me, deeper than that blade. The question was vague, but I understood its intent. I was the one who had killed those children's parents and sent them to the orphanage. I sensed Lapis's surprise attack. There was no way that I couldn't. I could have avoided or fought against her, but I chose to ignore the tingling pain of the thin blade that had stabbed me. But I couldn't ignore that. You gave everyone presents, sent money every month. Did you get any consolation from that? No. No consolation was to be found. Maybe I was wishing for this day. Instead of staring at the gift in my hands, looking at your expectant eyes for the moment and realizing you had put a piece of paper in my back, I wanted you to stab me in that very same spot and with all the force you could muster. As I pointed at the corpses of your parents with the same blade that took their lives, I wondered if the only way to heal that wound would be not by whistling and rolling candy around your mouth, as you've always done, but with the edge of a pale, thin blade. Mister... Before I knew it, I was in my office. It had become a hellscape. As if attempting to show that a fierce battle had taken place here, not a single desk or drawer was where they were meant to be. Lanyan was lying in a strange position. His entire body was covered with dozens of wounds as if he had been slashed to pieces. Garnet lay beside him as well. This was the consequence of my judgment. We should have stayed together no matter what. I could hear Garnet saying, "I want to be part of your strategy." Mr. Yen protected me. I examined the depth of wounds that Garnet had sustained. They were proficient in professional skill. It wasn't a chopping wound appropriate for leaving someone near death. Their intention wasn't an instant death, but probably a message to me. Considering their ability, this is a warning. I watched as Garnet shortly breathed its last. It reminded me of someone who was begging for their life. I wasn't able to do anything back then. The present me can. But I no longer know what to do. Everything had become a lump of guilt. Nevertheless, those weren't the only sins I bore. Every step I took, every gesture I made, and every look I gave brought misfortune to someone else. But I'm not so superficial that I could die from this forged guilt. I threw a strong punch at his cheek, causing the dark-colored dot in my hand to spread widely before suddenly stopping. I see. Garnet did come here with me. Sure enough, that was only a false image created by the dots, but it was so vivid as if I had actually experienced it. What about this? Drowning in a universe linked by dots. You finally want to die, don't you? You went through various worlds like this to fight me. Large and small dots tinged with a dark indigo color. When I looked into these, they seemed to be those faraway worlds themselves. Those dots covering Jumsoon must have served this purpose as well. You... That's it. All those very dots coming together as ecstasy. He wanted to say something more, but no more words came out. The vision projected in front of his eyes, those worlds. One after another they changed. Or in a world of infinite possibilities, someday, somewhere, uniformly they all stabbed me with something sharp. The time that seemed to be an eternity, in a moment, passed. My vision was eventually embraced by complete darkness. And then, from somewhere, a voice began to speak to me as if in a trance. An awfully warm voice. A voice that made me want to become completely buried in it for all time. It spoke to me. It's nice to talk to you again. Fuck off! Fucking Carmen. Silence. I haven't felt such utter stillness in quite a long time. In its midst, the voice of the one who proclaims itself master of this space is clearly heard. It shimmers as if smothered in light. Who are you? Only after I forced those words out that I realized it was a pointless question. There's no one in this city who calls me Ver anymore. I suddenly remembered that this is when I last heard such a moniker. I suddenly remembered that when I last heard such a moniker, my eyes were not as they were now. I wonder then if the world as my eyes captured it back then was greener than it is now. Who I am isn't very important, Ver. Let's just have a little talk. All that spreads before my eyes is a warm and comforting light. It's as if all the light and color that was boundlessly scattered throughout the city came to life, evoking the imprudent illusion that all fault is being washed away just by being here. Then, a visage invariably came to mind, one of salvation, yet which I vividly felt should be embraced carelessly. As such, we are each other's guests. Just as I have something I want to ask you, you have something you want to ask me. While I was on the city's surface, I held numerous unanswered questions. Questions no one could answer, simply wouldn't acknowledge. Therefore, I decided to reply to this voice. Your heart looks to be aching. The children you couldn't save are swirling around in your head, aren't they? Replying was unnecessary, it seems. They were quite the innocent children. There was no sentimentality in that sentence, neither pity nor regret. Perhaps this being knows what happened to transform those children. The children that underwent the experiment. It's too late. The way back is gone. That clear ignorance of the world made the children rather burdensome. To tell the truth, I had a vague estimate of that fact. That's not to say I didn't hope to be wrong. I think I heard your heart break. My heart made no such sound. However, only after the voice said so did I notice I was quietly cracking apart. But to have become this... The children didn't deserve this. Then the warm yet unfeeling voice clasped me as if in a hug. But you know, Ver? Everything that's happened so far isn't your fault. Fleeting syllables rang out akin to the singing of a song, sounding like a consolation whose sole intent was to absolve me of sin. If I were to listen a little longer, I felt I would surrender myself to this pleasant voice despite my will. No, that isn't something someone can freely measure. As its words revealed themselves one by one, they were always tightly intertwined. By the time I came to my senses, I was grasping at a great lump of guilt in my hands, nothing discernible within. So I held a part of the city in me as well. There, consider this. The orphanage's children have turned into something that is no longer themselves. And even the young fixer who wished to help you has entered into a cocoon. The situation may look grave, but compared to everything you've done, it's really just a minor incident. And yet, why does it hurt you more than anything? The voice saw through my facade. It viewed the life I was living, never properly opening up to anyone. It observed all the roads I followed, even for the times when my pupils held no blood. I began to recall those paths. The people wailing, begging for salvation, some buried before even being able to scream, the collapsing buildings, and all the lives whose blood was shed. However, as a matter of fact, there existed a warm expanse of light, the complete opposite of everything that came before. It surely was the light I created for myself, where they waited for me, where voices of delight and excitement were heard instead of wailing and yelling. I see. The orphanage was your hope. The voice found its answer. You've always considered the city to be wounded, but the stains on your hands won't be washed away, and you'll continue to be the one to keep the blood flowing through the city from drying out. Yes, the foul-smelling wounds of the city run deep, where they've been festering for a long while. I knew how to cure the city, but the road to achieving that goal was so cruel that we would have to spill more blood than was already spilled. You, awkward and kind as you are, have buried that road deep within your heart. But there exists a method to make this road so much gentler. So you found it, without having to dirty my hands yet. Children who may be able to change the city in your place. The orphanage was my very own limbo, my place of redemption. Despite never having informed them of my sins, by stirring up a virtuous attitude within me to the same heights, my frozen heart melted like snow. Sprinkling water and fertilizer in your spare time, making sure the sunlight properly comes in, and there are no insects to bite them. The voice spoke as if it were doing so itself. You looked after them. You, who had lived your life following only strong flows, had your eyes only on the potential of what was a feeble flow at best. Yes. As you say, I wanted to plant seeds that, even if feeble, had potential. They were hidden in a remote corner where nary a ray of sunshine reached. However, just because something is unseen does not mean it's incomplete. Thus, I looked after them like growing a tree. I wanted to live on my behalf. I wanted them to live on my behalf. If I could get them to live with the heart that I couldn't have, I was sure that even the faintest flow would grow into the sturdiest. However, did I really think the orphanage could change the city? No, Fer. You knew it couldn't. The children were just pieces of paper to wipe off the blood from your hands, indulgences you yourself printed. But now, they've all been ripped apart. Its tone changed to what I believe was meant to be sympathetic, but it simultaneously became foreboding as well. Because of that, your countless sins flooded in, and so your heart was bound to crack. However, thanks to that, we were able to meet and talk like this. Since when did I begin to experience that feeling called guilt? Since when did I lose the place where I could let my head down? No longer do I have the strength to move. Only now do I realize that this life of playing house may have been my final struggle to protect my soul, to stop the guilt from consuming me. Because I know that the place I'm bound for will be too much for me. Let me tell you something, Ver. This is the place where you can speak your mind freely. So, can you let me hear it all? My heart is cracked, and from that little crack the voice saw everything. Even the blade that was hidden inside me for so long, it never stopped sharpening. That blade, buried deep in my heart, was revealed for the first time through the crack, both to me and the voice. We both knew what it was. What you really wanted, it wasn't just playing house at an orphanage. All you want is... You did everything for... Indeed, all over again. What did he mean by this? The shell of the city is quite sturdy. No matter how much blood is shed to push through it, it won't be enough to reach the city's wounds. Hidden in the most secluded of places. I, who tried to pierce into the wounded core of the city, should know this fact best. Such was your ambition, but as you continued to atone for nothing in your visits to the orphanage, it was gradually buried, to the point that not even a trace of it remains. No, even if it became buried, it never lost its luster. That poignant wish would still cut down all of... at a moment's notice. However, whenever such thoughts surfaced, I'd merely suppress them back to the recesses of my mind. But burying it is just as painful. That wish is too sharp. It leaves injuries that deny your heart the time to heal. The voice recited agony as if it had been hurt itself. It must have been so difficult, lonesome, suffocating to have such a lofty dream. You don't have to hide it anymore, because everyone can create by themselves a world they consider right. A world for myself? What are you talking about? A world only for your eyes to see, exactly that. I'm helping everyone paint their own colors on the city. Everybody's own world, huh? However, each person's color is different. They could never be nicely painted together. If such a method existed, I would have done it before anyone else. Indeed, as you said, the colors blend together in the light. Therefore, one must devote all of themselves to painting and protecting one's color, even if a laborious ordeal comes their way. Nevertheless, they must readily fight and overcome it to secure their place, even if they must fight the entire world. I wanted to break the shell of the city, fight and stand up to everything that interfered with my path, tear it all down and eventually create a new world. What do you mean by ordeal? If there is such a way, if it's just, then I'd like to follow it. For instance, what that child is undergoing, or what those children experienced in this laboratory before their alteration. When you become aware of this unbearable world, I think you mean Violent Midnight. That would have fucking blown. When you become aware of this unbearable world, you'll burrow into the inside of your egg to separate and establish your... What word is being blanked here exactly? I recalled Garnet, who had become a red jewel. What happens once you enter that egg? Oh, wait. What happens once you enter that egg? Well, you can break out of the egg, or you can be seized by sin and be eaten into nothing but residues. The voice innocently spoke. No one can know the outcome. You have to set from within the egg to emerge from it. If you're unable to enjoy the process, what will burst out will be your sin-eaten remnants. Is that different from distorting? Sin is certainly a distortion, as the world calls it, but the children of the laboratory have only become a reflection of their sins. A reflection of sin. The cries of the things that had crawled along the floor ring inside my head. However, isn't that strange? Since when did it become like that? Oh wait, no. I thought distorting referred to the phenomenon of people revealing their colors by transforming into a reflection of their egos. The distortion phenomenon emerged after the light spread throughout the city. They are aberrant beings that make the city bleed, wounding even those who gathered blood. The voice began to speak in an abnormally positive manner. You think so too? But aren't they twisted, broken, perverse figures? It's certainly not a normal form to take. Normal? To them, they are normal while the world is the abnormal one. But more importantly, they've come to cherish themselves and see the world through their own eyes. The voice spoke in a dreamlike melody. However, it was dreamlike to such an extent that even their words seemed like a dream. It is to become a self unbound by the eyes and standards of the city. However, the resulting form changes depending on the way it was revealed. Wait. It is to become a self unbound by the eyes and standards of the city. However, the resulting form changes depending on the way it was revealed. Thanks to my junior, who has a different idea than me, joining the light. This is referring to Ian, but I'm not completely sure what she's trying to get at here. This is a big, what did he mean by this? The word junior being insignificantly introduced and disregarded bothered me. It was spoken with a light and calm tone, but I feel as if it was involved in every cause and effect. How do you know all this? Unwelcome premonitions begin to gather as one. Are you the person responsible for this phenomenon? Correct, but I'm also a friend that wishes to help you make your color bloom. It must be really important for you to make colors bloom in purple. Ver, do you know where you're heading now? I couldn't reply. It's been a long time since I turned my eyes away from my destination, vacantly standing still. It's been a long time since I hid my gaze. I've been curious about that for quite a while. Where is everyone going? It's clear that they're repeatedly trying to go somewhere at least. But what kind of place could cause the emergence of such ambition again and again? The structure of these paragraphs is fucking with me. I don't know who's speaking. As long as time flows, people will try to go anywhere they want to. It's a matter of course. These are only my thoughts, but I think people are seeking love. Love? The word I'm unaccustomed to bothered me. Love is the emotion to be... love is thought to be the emotion of valuing another above all else, but I think every act done with the thought of loving another is nothing but part of the process of loving oneself. Are you trying to spark a debate regarding that? No, you just have to listen, the voice said, as if lightly tossing the words, then continued its monologue. Because, in the end, the only person in the world who can completely see and understand who they are is themselves. They cannot truly comprehend or love a person who isn't themselves. As such, loving oneself is the only true final destination. If what you say is true, are you saying we shouldn't look at anything other than ourselves? You asked the same question as my junior. We must struggle, but as human beings, we should use reason, not emotion. The voice adjusted itself. So, he said we have to fight in the most human way possible through clothing and tools. Wait, so he said we have to fight in the most human way possible through clothing and tools while holding the human form in high regard. But that only pollutes the results. You don't need moderation when revealing yourself. After all, if you go through something without properly reaching its conclusion and keep going in such a roundabout way, your wish will become diluted and forgotten all over again. Like with the present-day people of the city? Exactly! Moreover, if the tools made from my heart are broken, wouldn't my heart break in turn? That is to say, we should express our love solely with our own bodies. Your whole body and your heart collide with each other, and you come to love yourself. So I should disregard everything that isn't me? That's right. Have you always been this way? Driving those trying to reawaken down another path? I simply ask questions others have never given thought to. And usually, we understand each other. I support and lend them strength so they can continue on a new path. A friendly yet ruthless pressure. Don't look at anything but yourself and be buried in self-love. It says it will give me the power to do so. The back of my neck grew warm. Has anyone ever presented such a pleasant solution up to now? In this city where individuals are insignificant, I'm allowed to look only at me and ignore everything else. It was so radiant that I wanted to close my eyes even in their present state. However, as you say, I'm sure I'd be satisfied if I accepted. I'd feel fulfilled and content. It'd be a satisfaction that I've never experienced before. But it'd be nothing more than a momentary pleasure. Even if you tried to paint the world to the brim, like that distortion filled with dots for immediate gratification, you'd never be able to paint it all with such a method. It would be a thirst that couldn't ever be satisfied. Then, wouldn't distorting only prevent you from looking an inch ahead of yourself? It could be. Still, that interpretation is your idea in color, is it not? As for me, I have my own color, and others have their own color as well. I will simply inform them of one more path. How cowardly. Bear, doesn't imposing the standards to right and wrong and judging me make you the same as one of the many city dwellers you thought wounded? Simply call Carmen a spook and move on. Now my eyes have been opened. Obviously, there was something to be gained from the conversation with the voice. The blade that once was hidden in my heart was revealed, and I rediscovered where it was pointing and what I needed to confront. But that path can only be followed when all the beauty and ugliness of the world is held in my gaze, even if it weighs down on my surroundings. There's no point in continuing this conversation. Was my proposal not to your liking? The voice seemed to be quite disappointed. You appear to be the cause behind all the distortions. I have no real way of knowing who you are. However, What do you hope to achieve with all this whispering and background manipulation? As I told you, I believe everyone should fight the world in order to paint their own colors. And I'm a person too. Shouldn't I? If someone is unable to be who they truly are, even after I lend them the power to do so, to paint the world with the colors. When I heard its answer, I closed my eyes. So once all is said and done, in the flow of, and in all, will be. An unprovoked smile emerged on my lips. I was laughing. A world where you, as if a starving beast, must struggle against everything in your endless thirst to build your own world. If I went down the path the voice told me, it would surely be pleasurable, but it wouldn't get me to where I want to go. Thus, I have only one way to go. To tread with all the pain and thirst I have experienced until now and will suffer again in the future. Because only I can do it. It seems we're going to take opposite paths. Yes, then go your own way. It too must be the color of the person you are. And so, I wear a crown of thorns upon my head, so that I may shoulder everything until my future victory. Faded laurel leaves sprout to cover all the thorns on my head, and tears of blood flow from my eyes so that I may see all the sins I'll have to bear from now on. And the thorny path I shall travel is a curtain of blood containing my karma, a crimson cloth that covers my whole being. It's not your fault It's not your fault. You don't have to suffer. You should be happy, Virgilius. No, I don't actually. I need to suffer. In fact, I should suffer more. I deserve it all done today. I'm dragged down into a pit. Within our many cries, everybody's agony surging together. The pit is profound and dark, making it difficult to look ahead. But I will take a hold of it in triumph. As I engrave everything into these eyes, hence, I will present to the world the longed-for paradise I promised an old friend. I will fall into a hell of my karma and rest there alone. He's just a fucking... just dressed like a Roman warrior. Pretty fucking sick, though! Blood crown, blood robes. A crown of bloody thorns. Blood sword at 3 billion degrees, ordered fresh from Temu. 2 more chapters to go and then we're done. The cloak of blood I wrapped around myself began to settle. My wandering is over, the way forward is clear, and all that remains is to tread it. I shall spill blood and at times drink it, but I will never stop this movement. However, before I can do so, I must cut down the distorted mass before me. The first of the blood I must truly spill. And at the same time, lop off the neck of my cowardice, which I've been turning a blind eye to for all this time. You know, Ver, I'll tell you one more thing before we part. I might know of a way to get you closer to achieving your dream. I recalled the voice again. If one were to think rationally, there was no basis for believing everything the voice said. However, I feel confident that being would not lie. Something different from reason or logic. This was what my soul felt. It's strange, assuming there is even such a thing as a soul. If the flow my soul points to is right, if the method the voice spoke of exists, then I can say that the time I've long waited for has finally arrived. If fate truly does exist, and if everything is predetermined to follow it, then surely this moment has been waiting for me, and I too must have been waiting for this moment to come. When my thoughts reached this point, I felt a slightly nauseating bliss. The idea that there may be something in this world that can grant my wishes like magic. That previously non-existent notion envelops my heart. Fate has never been pleasant to me, thus I never believed in it. However, I killed many things while suppressing my heart. It appears that I felt relief from the story, that everything I had done that stained my hands with blood was due to my fate. It's as if my wish, brought true by fate, guided me here. All the misfortunes I faced up until now formed the foundation of this very moment. This can't be! I never recorded this event within my dots! The distorted Jumsoon mumbled his apparent disbelief under his breath. Yes, you might have drawn a great many worlds, but it was only enough to fill a canvas, and no matter what, humans cannot contain infinity in a canvas. As such, there had to be a limit to your dots. No! You died by my hand for the umpteenth time, after killing you again! And killing you again! I was sure I'd wake up, and yet... It was just a repeat. Besides, there's no such thing as absolute. That's why I can advance into the future. I hope that absoluteness did not exist, but that is why hope can be cruel as well, because as long as something is possible, expectations will arise. Because we don't know. Because they might not be empty. Suddenly, a doubt arose. The voice was curious about what kind of world I wanted to create. If distorting is by nature a phenomenon brought about by that voice, it must have talked with Jumsoon and asked that same question. It would have whispered sweet words filled with sincerity and gentleness, telling him only to look at himself and that it would lend him strength. What is it that you hope to achieve? Naturally, I want to fill the world with dots. I see. And you? What world are you trying to reach? Jumsoon's pupils, covered with dots, glimmered. His countless pupils expanded to the fullest as if wanting to see the world I desired. It's hard to put into words. The world I want. It's a world that can only be understood once you feel it with your whole body. Jumsoon's mouth widened into a huge line. What a grotesque smile. Simultaneously, he began to rush me down with dark blue fists. I didn't avoid the punches Jumsoon threw, but instead received them with my whole body. Every time I touch a spot tinged with a dot, I'm forced to face and sink into despair. After being dragged down deep into this quagmire, I once again see all the possible despair I could have encountered. However, now that I have forged my resolve, all the despair that unfolded before me began to reflect a tenacious hope. As such, I can cut them down without hesitation. All that obstructs me whenever I'm thrown into this world of dots. Within are Lapis, Garnet, Rikako, Lanyen, Denver, Sim Nuncio, the children of the orphanage, and many other faces I miss but cannot meet anymore. Once everything I cut down shed its blood, the dot that had become nothing more than my quagmire was dyed red, akin to a puddle of blood. I rose, holding that redness. How? How can you stand upright amidst these dots? Jumsoon goggles his numerous pupils, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Although the painting abundantly stamped with dots may look full from a distance, blank spaces are just as abundant when looking closely. Similarly, the mind cannot be wholly filled with dots. Your dots may brush against me, but they cannot stain me. As soon as I finished speaking, Jumsoon gathered all his strength and struck the ground. Dots permeated the floor in a uniform pattern as if a burst of indigo paint, before rushing towards me at furious speeds. However, the fast-moving dots never connected. As such, they couldn't even form lines. This might have been because surfaces don't exist in the world he was trying to create. The blank space in between the dots is an infinity left empty, a scope left unchosen. I began to link the excluded gaps with the blood I continuously shed. Each dot meets to form a line, and the line flows to create a surface. And once that space is filled, I'll be able to envision my desire. As if by instinct, I coiled the blood surface around itself like a flag to carry a long, flowing line akin to a spear. A red sphere made by neatly weaving dots, one after another. I throw this line to Jumsoon's chest with boundless indifference. In order to catch the spear, Jumsoon swung his fist, unfolding like a curtain made of countless dots. But there were too many leaking holes in that incomplete chain. The red line I created, both a surface and a red dot when seen from the front, penetrated through the curtain made of several blue dots, thus piercing Jumsoon's right arm and shoulder. Yeet! It reached completion with only a single dot. The moment dots become aligned, the beauty that enchanted you faded away, did it not? Humans have no choice but to walk along lines level top surfaces. For the ones who advance, a dot is merely fleeting. Dots are just moments. Perhaps as time passed and the many moments of despair that came my way accumulated one by one, the instants that were mere dots formed a line, opening a path of possibility. Jumsoon, in his obsession with the moment, was fascinated by the stimulation an instant could cause. He couldn't break free from the moments that gave him the ecstasy of soaring without limits, the hopelessness of free falling without knowing when he'll hit the floor. Now he knows the contradiction of the dot. He'll be dragged down towards the endless abyss, like the branches of a tree that had dug its roots up. That had its roots dug up, excuse me. Oh, shit, sorry. According to the voice, distorting is a form of rebirth under a new appearance by fully embracing their craving. The valley they consider to be the answer becomes their raison d'etre. I've never known how to pronounce this fucking word, but it's also French, so who gives a shit? I know it's reason to live. I know what it means, but I've never known how to pronounce it. And their form changes the shape that they wished for. If the very desire that encompasses their foundation collapsed, what would happen to the things that composed it? If it cannot exist, it would only be right for them to melt down. Jumsoon stayed silent, and all his movements came to a standstill. Is he entering the egg once again? However, the world isn't so kind and convenient to give someone so many chances. Like with people or the city, it may seem friendly on the outside, but it is unspeakably cold inside. Jumsoon kept staring at me. No expression was discernible from the face where the gaze originated. Then a blue liquid began to burst out from Jumsoon's stomach. A machine arm wielding a saw blade divided Jumsoon's chest in half. Something stirred from within him. It wasn't a cocoon, an egg, or anything similar, but a completely alien form that had no point of contact with its series of dots. That was the life of Jumsoon. Oh, okay, hi! Hi, Schadenfreude. What fucking random... Wait, he turned into an Abno? He turned into Schadenfreude. Okay. His reason to exist was challenged again, and he reached despair after the sorting. So he turned into an abnormality. This has been making me think about what the fuck even is distortion at this point. Like, double distorting leads to an abno. The thing which had begun to vigorously cleave and stretch Jumsoon's flesh made itself born by dragging its huge size, too great to fit inside his body, outward. It appeared to be an iron strongbox with saw blades attached to it, but it also looked like a bizarre sculpture with several arms resembling bug legs emerging from it. At the center of it all, a gaze emanating from a single eye. Our eyes meet, yet I'm not looking at it. It's peeking at me. The pupil in that closed-off space is stealthily and at the same time persistently peeping at me. Immediately, a pair of saw blades furiously spun and tried to cut me down with enough force to grind even the air. By reflex, I managed to block the saw blade with my sword. Perhaps it isn't correct to say that I managed to block it. It was unmanageable. So heavy that it's hard to represent in words. The saw blade spun and came face to face with mine, and blood began to splatter in all directions from the blood-lined red sword. If the situation persists, the sword itself will be cleaved apart. That by itself isn't an issue. I can always make a new sword from blood. But that would necessitate new blood to be shed to maintain the blade, so I'd like to avoid that. As such, I wrap my body in my red cloak, becoming one giant drop of blood. The saw grinds even this, causing countless blood spurts to clammily drench the floor like a fountain. Sorry, I'm thinking about this. Ego existed before LobCorp. Yeah, the whole point of LobCorp was that they were trying to, like... That Carmen had probably discovered this out in the wild somehow. And the research into Keflin was basically, how can we recreate this? How can we recreate this artificially? First items discovered were the birds. Makes one wonder. The fuck kind of life resulted in distorting into fucking punishing bird? Until all the blood on the floor dries up, I'll be able to reappear anytime I want. No, to be more accurate, I had a feeling I could do so. This earned me just a little breathing room. Before the blood coagulates, I have to finish assessing the situation. The eye was still looking at me. It was something different from glaring. There was a viscous greed to it. It was craving and coveting after me with its eye. While I was in the puddle, it changed its target and began tearing the things crawling in the lab to pieces. Even if they were only incapacitated, my efforts to save them had already been torn to shreds. Eventually, after slaughtering everything that moved before its eye, it turned its gaze straight to the next target. The three people standing behind one of the laboratory's shattered windows. Gubo, the researcher named Isaiah, and Enzio. My question is... if Carmen is the reason most people are distorting right now, the fuck was causing people to distort back then? Yeah, I wonder what that light thing was. I wonder how that came about. As if satisfied with his observation, Gubo nodded to Isaiah, who then opened The lab's back door. The corridor was visible through the slightly ajar door. Could Isaiah already maneuvered through the corridor? If so, he could have escaped from here at any given moment. He must have had many reasons to not fly away, even though he knew how to open his cage. Leaving behind Nansil, who was shouting in confusion, the two entered the corridor and promptly closed the door. And now, Nansil is alone. The many-legged box dashed towards him, spinning its saw blade. Nansil will now understand the meaning of his situation. The only tool that he has at his disposal is a somewhat thin knife made for extracting moonstones. A trader's blade, adequate for gouging those without murderous intent, but not fit for standing up to those who have. Nansil knows he will die without being able to put up a proper resistance, and he vaguely knows that I would try to save him from this situation. The saw blade-wielding box... So Carmen basically wanted to make everyone become a fucking nuke using existing shit. It's like the inverse of what happened with House of M. The saw blade wielding box, together with a cacophonous metallic sound, closes in on Nansil until only one step remains, and that is when I emerge from the blood puddle, exposing my form. I swing my bloody sword, spraying blood droplets onto the box. Once dispersed, the embedded drops soon condense into sharp blades to cut it apart. However, although the blood embedded itself in the box, it remained uncut, as if denying the violence born of blood. The blood daggers stick to the iron box without being able to pierce it. But that was enough to direct the box's attention to me. Its body turns around and once again our gazes meet. I asked Nansil who was behind it. What were your reasons for doing this? His reasons don't matter at this point, but I just want to hear them from Nansil's mouth. I wonder what he had to gain from turning his back on me on the office. Boss, why did you do it? Resignation was visible in Nansil's face. We both know that we only have a few moments before the box's gaze, and the situation can reverse at any time. You can survive anything, you know? But I can't. Unlike the ring, you would seek revenge that doesn't benefit your plan in the pursuit of a singularity. However, I don't have the self-confidence to let myself be hunted down by the ring for the rest of my life. Was I the only one? I'm sure the others felt the same. So you thought that I would let you live? No, I didn't. Saying so, Nansil showed a weak smile, appearing to be a little exhausted. But my family will. You'd kill me, a traitor, but would never touch my family. The ring wouldn't mind doing something like that. Still, at least it was at the middle. I closed my eyes. Nansil's words carried a heavy weight. I had wandered aimlessly along the road, relying on the orphanage. However, I couldn't protect even that, nor could I even properly avenge the children. So I could only wonder how uncertain and risky I must have seemed through my subordinate's eyes. Not only that, but to what extent was I able to protect someone I didn't know? In the end, I, who couldn't do anything right, was the one who pushed Nansil into that choice. I failed to consider Nansil's position, and Nansil also didn't try to comprehend mine. In this world, moments of disconnect like these will inevitably occur. We thought we knew each other, but despite our overconfidence in our five senses, we couldn't truly understand each other. If I were to die, then I hoped to bring you down with me. But after all, my wish for death was a desire beyond my reach, too. I shut my eyes, and during the fleeting moment it took to recollect the thoughts and emotions raging inside my mind, the box had already spun around and minced Nansil's body. That immediate slaughter occurred before I was able to do anything. That thing couldn't think, only hunger. I once again hid myself in the puddle of blood. Inside the dots, I abandoned such sentiments of sorrow and grief that I could candidly express to Nansil. No matter whose death unfolds before me, I have resolved to walk down this path. I didn't obtain enough information from the short clash I had with it. However, I instinctively knew that thing was a new existence wholly estranged from the sequence of dots that was the life of a human being called Jumsoon. Something like a distortion, yet different. Or maybe. It's a very weak guess, but I have no time to leisurely solve that thing's origin. The air here is cold and dry, making spilled blood harden quickly. If all the blood dries up, I won't be able to reveal my body and will be trapped on the floor as I am now. The gaze persistently followed me as I shifted my position within the blood. Its pupils steadily chased me as if it knew for certain I was somewhere inside the puddle. As if it knew for certain where I was inside the puddle. I don't have much blood left now in this familiar yet new weapon and armor. I felt like I'll be able to use this ability anymore if I run out of blood, and if that were to happen, I'd die vomiting out all of my blood. These tools can only be used again if I fill them with someone else's blood. Thus, I have to finalize my judgment before the blood dries up. As the thing emerged from a distortion, it cannot have a completely different nature from them. Therefore, its existence as being consumed by, and that behaves according to its desire, has in the end remained unchanged. That from the beginning may have been yet another facet of the distortions. However, I still have no solid information about this, only vague guesses. I have no other choice than to amass what little information I have and grope my way forward. It should have been a strenuous task to locate my position within the blood in a general sense, but even inside that puddle, that thing maintains eye contact with me. Also, during the brief moment I closed my eyes, the box moved from behind me to kill Nansil. As such, what that eye longs for is another's gaze. Good timing, I just finished the chapter, huh? Huh. Are you back? Okay. Let me check. Alright, we're on the final chapter. We're going from 12 pages to 16? Alright. I close my eyes. To look at someone is to capture them in your eye. It is to insert them into your awareness through the window called the eye. The glass window of this window is so clear in appearance that it seems to allow no distortion, but in truth, it creates a biased sight, which is then taken to heart above everything else. That is to say, even though I look at it, I must not insert it into my gaze. If one wills it, one's wish will always lay in their gaze. But as wishes are always far away, we must always maintain distance as well. As such, Mung. I saw it. I decided to no longer care about what it was. Even if it killed what was once the children, even if its original form was the man who made Garnet enter his cocoon, I would not put any emotion into my strike. I will remove it just as I would a block of stone, a hurdle placed along my path. I still had my eyes closed, so by my series of deductions, it should have stayed still, because it would have only moved if I had looked at it. However, it didn't. It had moved to somewhere else. Is there still something in this place that can hold that thing in its eyes? There should be no surviving people here, however. So there shouldn't be any gazes. I heard the disordered noise of saw blades and the sound of something solid like a jewel, shattering into tiny pieces. Yes, like the jewel Garnet was cocooned in. I heard the sound of what that voice had called an egg being broken apart. The sounds of that huge crystal cracking and shattering over in an instant. Only after that did it stop moving, and silence once again descended upon the laboratory. Garnet had been watching everything. In that opaque and solitary space, you watched the outside, always in a struggle to hatch. I slowly walked towards it, my eyes shut. I felt the shaking of the muscles of my closed eyes and sword-gripping hand. I took some steps, neither few nor many, until I felt I was standing right in front of it. Until a while ago, I believed I could cut that thing down without emotion. If I were to attack with my blood-drenched weapon like that, I would be able to cut it as if only empty air was there. However, I adamantly wanted to see its form struggling in pain. And so I chose to capture it in my gaze. I opened my eyes. Soon after, I saw its machinery activate and its opened pupil form from the gap in the box. Immediately, a mechanical arm bearing a saw blade flew in. Something blunt was needed to catch it. For that sake, I strained my heart to coil the Mung. The blood cloak, worn with resentment, was sturdier than before, but the indiscriminate gyration of the saw blade forced the blood to shed and burst. But I must bear it. I allowed what little blood I had left to gush out to endure this brutality. I put my hands on the cold metal box and looked it straight in the eye, hidden deep within. What are you looking at that makes you so pleased? And before my blood could run out and fall apart, two Mung, thirst. The Mung spurred my thirst for the blood I was about to spill, so I jabbed my blade deep into the box. The gazes, the people, the destiny that had until now merely observed the suffering of my life. As if cursing everything in this world, I poured out all the strength I could muster into it. The blade of blood, embedded into its eye, took on a sporadically pointed shape akin to a mass of thorns. This form was not of a sword meant to kill, but of a tool that purely inflicted pain. As if something broke into my head, I ceaselessly thrust the stake-like thorn sword into its eye socket. I couldn't protect anything, and I may never be able to. That eye peered as if it could see my whole life from past to present, dryly yet interestedly. It was as if I, who even let Garnet die, the one I could have saved, could only see my own impatience and naivete beyond that pupil. The box, still trying to release itself from the agony, shook violently and at the same time fiercely pulled down its saw blade in an attempt to cleave me. My undying rage was directed at this thing that does not pay the price for appearing at tragedy only for pleasure. Are the fruits of what I experienced in the dots only ripening now? No, this wrath is towards myself, for having forgotten about Garnet. Even though I surpassed those dots, but also towards that thing which consistently peered without forgetting about Garnet. I stopped the sword that I had been plunging in for a while. Two eyes that shed blood and tears looked at the single eye in the hole, while also shedding blood and tears. Now I'm the one who peers. The box, as if screaming, shook unceasingly. I drove the blood-woven blade even deeper into the gap in order to engrave the pain until the end. As the knife burrowed into a deeper place in the box, I felt it get caught on something. With all my might, I excruciatingly pulled the blade upwards, cutting it apart. Fucking sick. Everything, from the flesh inside the box to the safe-like body, was sliced clean. The stream of blood that rose to the ceiling like a broken hope that couldn't find the place to rest. The rain of red blanketed its body just as blood covered mine. Without me noticing, the lab was already painted red. The cold laboratory machinery were stained with blood that could have belonged to anyone, and corpses, each telling its own story, lay strewn about in disarray. Once warm, the blood cooled down, giving off a metallic stench. Yes, if there is a hell, it would look like this. The scenery I've always seen is like this too. By the time I forgot myself in the stillness of the hell before me, I began to hear mechanical noises coming from a speaker somewhere in the lab. And then a familiar voice leaked out. It was Lan Yen's. I already knew what he was going to say. This moment also occurred in one of the innumerable despairs I experienced in the dots, but I couldn't stay calm. My mind was perpetually darkened. Can you hear me, boss? If he was right, this should be the frequency. I think it's working. I have to tell you this. Lan Yen's breathing was coarse. Boss. The office has been attacked. He was talking with difficulty, as if throwing up blood over his voice. There exists no device or means to transmit speech from this side. I had no choice but to listen to the words coming one-sidedly from the cold speaker. The picture we all saw together, the location of that laboratory, was an End Corp. Their taboo hunters came here. They rummaged through the office, killed everyone. Due to my experiences in the dots, I had already put together several pieces of the puzzle in my head. The Ring's laboratory, which could only be reached through the corridor, was somewhere within End Corp. And the footage of their nest, where filming is taboo, found its way into our office. However, I thought an office of our grade would be able to negotiate with the taboo hunters before the dispatch. I guess the contents of that tape were to prove quite a high level. And since the film contained something absolutely unpardonable, we who saw the footage were observed and identified in turn. Once End Corp's taboo hunters begin their pursuit, they will retrieve the footage after disposing of everyone who has seen it. This must have been the reason why Gubo, who works for End Corp, was at the Ring auction house. Through the auction, he would go to the laboratory built somewhere in End Corp, hidden by the ring with the corridor, identify its location, and retrieve the researcher. The fact that End Corp's taboo hunters invaded our office, located in V Corp's nest, also meant that the two wings had already finished the necessary agreements and approvals. One day, I met with a group called the Elders of V Corp. They visited me under the guise of greetings and having a meal with me, and they spoke with me with the edges of their mouths stretched to their fullest. Contact us whenever you need it. We'll always be on your side, Mr. Virgilius, understand? Weightless, empty words. They weighed the scales between End Corp and I, and End Corp was simply heavier. Their tedious lip service didn't impact the weighing scales at all. Well, boss, I'm sure you can negotiate with End Corp's golden horses, so I'm not worried about that. Rikako, Azul, and Denver. Please take good care of them. Through the speakers, I could faintly hear the sound of someone walking from behind the door where Lan Yen was. And my special bonus. Please pass it to those three when they grow up. Contact was lost with the roar of something being broken. No more words were left behind by Lan Yen. Only silence remained again. In the end, what I felt was no different from the emotions I endlessly experienced in Jumsun's dots. But compared to the myriad despairs, this was no different from the pain of a paper cut. So it shouldn't have hurt anymore. But the knife pierced the abscessed wound again before the calluses could form. I pressed down on the blood that was flowing out and endured it. No, am I truly enduring it? I may have already shed all the blood inside me and met my end. God damn. After cutting that thing down, a small safe-like box had been left in front of me. I stood before the immoving box and quietly stared down at it. What kind of monster doesn't die or disappear, but leaves behind something like this? I left the box there. Oh, that's someone else's problem now. I began to take the next step. Now that I've lost everything, I have to leave this place, or cut down everything in my path, and go where I need to go. Because this city needs to be punished. How ironic. Now that I've lost everything, that man who suffered the same came to mind. Hey, you're living a simple life? You got a color. So why not try doing something that brings a little more money? It seems marriage was worth it. Does it look that way? Your blade looks duller than when we first met. And now you have that odd laughter mixed in. It's quite unpleasant. I guess it's obvious. Truth is, even back when I wore my mask in front of you, I felt like you could see through me. That pressure in your eyes still hasn't changed. If someone heard this, they'd think we'd met often. We've only worked together during the Blood Red Knight case, right? Well, that incident did drag on for way too long. Despite calling my gaze a pressure, he was one of the few people that would casually directly look me in the eye. That man, previously so busy with hiding behind a mask and suppressing himself, now had become so sly he could show his face and talk freely and at length by himself. Why are you living in District 9 when you could have gone to another nest? Well, the nest we hope to enter at Project House. But my wife likes it here, so... In many cases, fixers who have reached a certain grade are denied migration to nests based on past requests, performance, or contracts. Conversely, this means that others are more eager to let high-grade fixers into their nests. You know how it is. You set your mind to it, you can enter a nest. But it's really not important which nest you get into. Even there, you have to find a good location, then a house with the options you like. You can't move in that easily. Plus, you have to consider the price of the house, which has been going up, and the schools in the area, as they'll become important later on. So that's why people say that once you enter a nest, it's hard to move out without a special reason. You have a lot to say about it, as much as you desire it. Yeah, I'm a little greedy. So, what's your desire? People who've risen to a certain status always want at least one thing, because that's how they crawl their way up. Those who wanted to rise above the city had to do everything in their power. It takes a desire that shields one against vice to climb up this cliff, as one wrong step would likely result in a fall. Didn't you say this was your last job? Yep. And it's almost time we get going. Come to think of it, it's pretty crazy that I'm going to do my last job with you. It wouldn't hurt to tell you at this occasion, then. Unwittingly, I lightly spoke out the desires and world I'd pictured in my mind. At our first meeting, he seemed to abhor everything he saw, such that he would bow his head and hide his face from the world. It was as if he was trying to bear the sins of the city. Was that why I thought he had what it took to understand my world? Seriously? Yes. That's unexpected. I don't understand why everyone who gets a color ends up having a screw loose without exception. Forget it. You just think of it as an insincere joke either way. Well, yeah. But considering it's you, it might not be impossible. A long pause of silence. But don't take everything so seriously. That's that, and this is this. I looked at him quietly, smiling. I can't say I know you well, but I don't think those words suit you. I see. You were exhausted as well. Or rather, did your initiative reach its end there? Not wanting to use my eyes any further, I stopped them again and we executed our request. How long has it been since that day? The city had become brimmed with light and darkness for some time. The sound of a piano had also echoed far and wide for a while. By the time I myself realized it, something was already speaking to me in my darkened room. Red gaze. Were you involved in this incident? His voice, which I hadn't heard in a long time, held spiteful malice and murderous intentions. Together with it came a foul stench of blood. I did not notice such a dark presence because of the intense patience of the intruder, who was capable of perfectly concealing it all in the shadows. Black silence. You didn't ask for permission, as usual. I felt as if I could see tear-filled eyes beyond his mask. I've been informed of what happened, and I feel sorry for it. But I'm also curious as to why you believe I was involved in it. You feel sorry? Quit it with this worthless speech. My sympathetic feelings were genuine, but it is also true that my words held no worth. There are no words of comfort in this world that I can offer to this person. Grief and sorrow are his to bear, and nothing can replace them. The same applies to me. As such, there's nothing either of us can do about it. Any words we'll exchange hereafter will not be words meant to touch the heart. Now this one, depending on what I say, will try to murder me immediately, and when he does, I must do my best to defend myself and slay him in turn. I must consider all such possibilities and choose my words and actions carefully, as if I had a starved, ravenous beast in front of me. Red gaze. You once told me about the world you desired. It's because of that conversation we've had in the past that I'll point out to you that you've got it completely wrong. That slip of the tongue. Was he able to understand the wish laid in those words? That was nothing more than a dream I once had. I can't even begin to put it into practice. It's merely an ideal. I looked into the eyes that were hidden somewhere behind the mask. Some time had passed, and in time a deeply hoarse voice arose. You better be telling the truth. The black masked someone calmly opened the door and left, disappearing into the darkness and quiet, never to be seen again. The words I was unable to speak out, mixed together with the still staring bloodlust in the air, whirled around in my throat. If such a world really came to pass, even you as you are now would be at peace. The silence of that time, which appeared as an uninvited guest, raised the valid point. The time to create such a world has arrived. From here, I could hear only a low sound coming from the laboratory. It came from the test tubes that contained the orphanage's children. Most of the tubes were forced open, and the children that changed due to the glass window were lying dead on the floor. However, a single test tube remained closed, and now it was slowly opening. I saw a face that I thought I would never see again. The face, quietly and expressionlessly looking at me, was that of Lapis. I ran straight to Lapis. Lapis. She had no external wounds. However, she didn't reply, for her pupils no longer looked at the light, like in the past. Her eyes, no longer bound to the wheel of time, saw a different world beyond this one. Lapis? I'm not Lapis. My name... Karen. The ring's glass window experiment was successful. With the success of Jemsoon's experiment, Lapis no longer exists. Expelled and overridden by Karen, Lapis is effectively dead. The light that I thought was the lighthouse was merely a shadow on the water, and there was no island after all. Thus, I decided to turn my back on the child in front of me. It would only dig up more of my wounds, so I had to sever our connection before it was built. This is for both my and Karen's sake. I approached the various administrative and recording devices installed in the chamber where Gubo and Ensil were. I had to print out and organize all the technical documents about the ring's research. I had to use everything available, so I paid no mind to whose and how much blood stained this data. The only thing that mattered was whether it was valuable or not. The strange child in the shape of Lapis walked to my location. Karen, hungry. Without a reply, I kept collecting documents. The child, without any reaction in particular, walked to another spot. These papers hold some high-value information. Companies and fixers who would make good deals came to mind. At this rate, I should be able to attain the power needed to take the first step. The moment I thought so, the corpses of Rikako and Nancio entered the edges of my gaze. I stopped what I was doing and moved to Rikako's front. His eyes, fallen and backstabbed, looked at his shadows, closed his eyes. Then I took off my coat and covered Nancio's minced body. And before I realized it, Karen was observing me. What are you doing? Karen found this shiny thing. It's warm. Karen reached out her hand. It was a hand with no alertness or fear. Suddenly, the pit of my stomach began to hurt again. The pain that pierced my back, caused by that very same hand, in one of the many alternate worlds, felt more bearable than this. This is... In Karen's hand was a red jewel. The jewel garnet was cocooned in. But that was broken and shattered by those saw blades, losing its light and warmth. Yet the piece Karen held was shining as if crying. Among the numerous tiny fragments, this was the only one that shined. I was about to grab the piece Karen held out, but she withdrew her hand again. Karen found it in that pile, so it's Karen's. I like it. It's warm. I painfully suppressed the emotions that seemed to be squeezing my throat. Karen is curious about the name of the shiny. Do you know? Garnet. A jewel that shines red. In the end, my heart, which didn't wish to exchange words, slowly melted down before the child who had picked up a star in the night. Why does this thing called a heart not work as I wish it to? Together with the sound of an explosion, one of the lab's doors is blown open. They look quite different from N-Corp's taboo hunters. Actually, it doesn't matter what or who they are. I seized the handle of my Gladius once more. LCA Special Operations Team completed entry into operational position. Red has been found. The area is now surrounded by the second camp. An unfamiliar name was heard, but that didn't matter to me. They were probably just one of the obstacles on the road that I would have to cut down anyway. With that in mind, I was about to put some strength into the hand holding my sword when... No, there's no need to shed blood anymore. Someone walked out from the middle of the armed group. A person with hair that seemed white from a distance but grayish up close stood before me. She showed no agitation or nervousness towards my sword-wielding appearance. Rather than calm, she seems to simply be fatigued by everything. A familiar feeling. Boredom. I am Faust of the Limbus Company. This is the first time I've heard of such a company, but since it's a company, they must have rated this lab for its technology. I know what you want, and I can help you achieve it. I regarded it as nothing more than lip service of an employee, a truly worthless statement. Lapis and Garnet. We can give those two back to you. I motionlessly stared at her words. I felt my eyes tremble for a moment. I planned to walk the path on my lonesome, but the red light shining from a jewel shattered to pieces. The warmth of that light offered to me by a child both familiar yet different. That single sentence from a stranger which compelled me to turn my head. If only faintly, the light, and a faded promise from the past. They seized me, stopping me in my tracks. How about it, Red Gaze? Would you like to work with Limbus Company? I closed my eyes. Let's hear what you have to say. And that's Leviathan. God damn, dude. Fuck. So remember that look in his eyes when Karen said she sings that song when she's happy? Every time the sinners fuck up, he gets further away from the people he loves. That explains a lot. What a story, huh? Manager, it's only Kanto 5.
Beach volleyball.
Well, alright. Virgilius, why do you look like you're dead inside? That was pretty good. It's very noticeable that the losing the fucking artist for this goddamn story made it mucho texto. It's very loaded in both directions. The art is a lot to take in the first half, and the mucho texto is a lot to take in the second half. Grant, it's not actually that much words, but it's like, relatively speaking, it's like, holy shit. So what now? Do I just proceed as I was before with the Kantos? Or should I read Distortion Detective at some point? We'll do Distortion Detective after Kanto 5. Alright. In that case, I'm done for the night. This is a longer read than I was expecting. When I was like, oh yeah, only half of it is going to be text. Dead wrong. You should read DD before the first event of season 4 or 5, and Leviathan before Kanto 6. Well, I'm making good pace, I think, right? Yeah. That's just around the corner. I'm not playing all that shit. I just want to do my mirror dungeons to fuck off. The Arcanine Scholar calls to me. I'm making pretty good pace, all things considered. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I have time to play Art Vents before I do the collab. But I think I'll make it before the end of the month, even though I'm gonna be gone for like 3 days. Yeah, I'm going to bed too. Night, everyone. Sorry I started so late. Beat him off for battle trauma. Ah.